Silica has water.
Are you laughing at
Everybody
me,
gets
Alec?
water.
No, I had a terrible idea.
Oh, okay. Um. Okay, I've got stuff. Where's that? Doesn't need to be here. Okay, well. Rhythm, please. Will that actually play? Oh, yeah, that's playing. Okay.
Spook.
I think it's got about 5 or 6 hours of songs in there, so hopefully I won't have
20
to
minutes
change
later,
it.
it stops.
Yeah. Okay. Quick question just for Kat and Bryce. Are you guys okay with your internet at the moment?
At the moment, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys need I don't see B in Foundry. Do you want me to give control over Mary, so just in case anything does happen, you guys can
Oh. Heck.
do it off of one computer?
She's logging right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I meant to log in earlier, but I was just like, wait, shit, I gotta feed and water everybody first.
That's okay. No worries.
Sidetrack. Hopefully the internet stays, but I am not.
Relying on it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It just sucks that I used up all my hotspot data.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It probably doesn't help
That's
that Foundry
okay.
might take up a bit of data.
It might be a data
It was-
eater.
It was mostly the Back for Blood download, I think.
How have you played that yet?
I played a little bit of it.
How
It's
is it?
nice.
It's nice. The bots are still really, really glitchy right now.
The
But
bots are
since
dumb, but they're fucking hilarious to watch.
I'm thinking of picking it up when it gets the full release, but I was like, I want to hear people's opinions of it beforehand, because I saw a lot of things like, oh, you know, it's like Left 4 Dead, but without the charm, and I'm like, oh, well, if it doesn't have the charm, I'm a little concerned, but...
Yeah, I've heard a lot
I
of people
mean,
say it's
yeah.
a very watered down version of Left 4 Dead. I'm like,
Yeah.
It really is. I liked
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead a lot better. And
Sounds like
You
we should set up a
can't-
Left 4 Dead party at some point, then.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm shit at the game, but I do like to play it.
Same.
Ezra,
You don't gotta be good to have
nobody's
fun with
good
it.
at nobody's good at Left 4 Dead. And anybody who tells you they are is lying.
Now, hold up, wait. I've played with one friend who was really good at Left 4 Dead, to the point where they went through a whole, like, hardest campaign thing setting on their own ones without going down. I'm just like, I don't understand how, but are you having fun still? And they were like, I'm not sure anymore. I've played it too much.
I feel that.
felt.
That's
Oh,
the thing with
God.
Minecraft. It's like I'm playing it to play something, and like
Yeah.
just like, keep myself occupied. It's not fun anymore. Maybe it is. I don't know. It entertains me.
Freaking.
Just giving you
Speaking of
enough dopamine.
Minecraft, I don't know if anyone cares much about this, but one of the freaking VTubers saw a picture of the Tower of Babel, decided I can do that, solo built that in Minecraft survival mode, and then named it the Tower of Bitch as the biggest joke ever to their server.
Oh my god. I love watching people build in Minecraft, but me building in Minecraft is like, nah. Nah.
It gets boring. Like, you're like, you got this grand vision, and then, like, you know, a quarter into the build, you're like, okay, cool, but now I just want to go beat creepers in the face for a bit.
Yeah.
Buckley, what? I've given you the rest of my french fries.
It
What
is
do you
very hard to build fun things in Minecraft when you're ADHD.
That's
Man.
fair.
I actually had to uninstall Minecraft recently from my PS4 because it was taking too fucking long to, like, even get into the game. Like, legit, I counted, like, 30 minutes, and it was still in, like, the loading section. Just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, well...
One of my roommates doesn't play Minecraft anymore because he's like, I only like playing it multiplayer, but all the people he knows who plays multiplayer have the Windows version now, and he still has the old Java version and missed the free update.
Oof.
Yike.
Rip.
Big oof. Oh god. What's that?
Alright.
So you ready to bring us in, Tay?
Yep, I was just about to do so. Except big yawn. Oh, excuse me. Alright.
Before you do, did you check to make sure OBS is recording you?
It is. Yep, it's recording, and it's picking up both sound from you guys and from my thing. I think it was literally just the sound card that had been updated, and yeah. Anyway, so just as kind of a quick recap. Last session, you guys were able to find the witch's hut out in the swamp after your resident snake charmer talker was able to talk to some snakes and kind of lead you in the right path, kind of. There's about 2 hours or so of a gap that you guys were kind of basically led around in circles around that glade. But finally, you were able to get through the illusion that had made up kind of a barrier around this little glade that led to a very large, out-of-place tree that Lucan would have recognized, very similar to the ones up in the Lindale Forest, or the Musical Forest. After kind of getting a little bit closer and coming up to the tree, you guys were able to meet Hyacinth, the Witch of the Swamp, and with not a whole lot of negotiation, just kind of keeping her company and protection, she was able to make all 5 brews, with one incident, not entirely too big, but one incident throughout the entire crafting experience. You guys were able to kind of do a couple little things, and there's a little bit of side roleplay per person, it seemed. And then the next morning, you guys were able to go ahead and take off. With that, it took about, I believe, 3 days to get down to Yvonne, where you guys had left off. You had stayed the night basically just to make sure that you guys were rested and restocked and everything. There was one group of adventurers who had lost 2 of their members. Ejets had tried to kind of spur them on a little bit just to kind of push past the bad and keep going. And you guys were then basically deciding where to go next. I do want to point out one more time for Mez, for Alec. As you guys are speaking on where to head down to, everybody had agreed to continue over the bridge where Mez had come over from the south and down. Mez knows that along the coastline, just from the many years that he spent exploring the sands, there aren't too many coves that have these strange flowers kind of rumored something like this may be more leaning towards the mountain range to kind of hide away these strange flowers. I do want to point that out so Mez can actually make a better
with the day that they had taken in Evon, he's going to at some point get everyone together and recommend that they charter or that they go around this way, around here, to though going down and cutting over might cut a few days off. He's not sure if everybody would be able to ford the river, because though it doesn't move quickly, it is very long. It's very wide. Because it's not at the base of the mountains, it's near the coast, right?
correct. Anywhere. Mez would assume anywhere kind of in this general direction. Obviously not through the river, but anywhere in this kind of direction. As long as it's not frozen. But to get to that point, it's about the same time. Just you guys will have to either cross the river twice.
Or go around. Yeah.
Or just go around.
I'm all for going around.
Yeah, let's go around.
Not that I don't like to swim, but swimming for an extended period's not always the best.
Okay.
Alright.
Let me...
Speak for yourselves, but alright.
Yeah, Mary's like, I love water, though. Hi, Bubs.
Would Ezra recall any bits of civilization, any towns or anything coming in through that way that Alec has marked?
Let's see. Ezra would know that through the pass there's kind of nothing. It's just a big expanse of arid, desolate land.
Like a big valley almost.
Yeah, basically. Think of like 300 while they're going through the mountains. Just kind of that path, but very large. But he does know that within the mountain range itself, there are dwarven pieces of civilization. Just, they're not kind of out in the open. They're more so subterranean.
I spent time at one of those.
Yep. Actually, if Ejets had kind of looked on the map, she would understand that she had probably visited this one down here to spend some time with the dwarves.
And then, so would close but the wrong side of the mountain for our travels, so...
Yeah.
How devoted are the dwarves to Borovar? Or do they kind of do their own thing?
They mostly do their own thing. They do trade with some of the refugee towns and settlements that are within Borovar and the outskirts. Some of them do a little bit of work for Vonya just to provide like stone and things like that that Vonya might need for supplies. For the most part, though, they do their own thing.
I'm okay with going around.
Okay. If we start very closely along the lake and the river, we'll be able to shave off a day.
Okay.
Cool. So everybody seems to be in agreement of taking the path along the mountains. Is there anything before you guys leave that you do want to do in Yvonne?
Yes. I don't know if anybody else wants to go first.
Yeah, about the same. Okay. No, go ahead.
Well, Kat, were you going to say something?
Having spent a day there, yeah. Would Lucan have been able to set up shop and trade with people?
Yeah. You guys probably would have gotten in around afternoon, so you would have had the later half of the day to kind of set up and sell your wares. You probably don't get a whole lot of people who come to you just because there aren't a whole lot of adventurers at this point, like how when everything had began before the rite had started. Most people, assumedly, are out trying to find all the different bits and pieces. Some of the residents, however, do offer to trade up, probably for tools. Again, kind of like up in Tellwood, how you had traded off to the tailor for those tools. If you're able to make things like that, they're most likely willing to trade.
Yeah. Okay.
Did anybody else have anything they were doing?
Mez did not.
Nope.
I mean,
I'm all good.
Oh, yeah.
well, go ahead.
Okay. Ezra would approach Lucan near the end of the night, the first night that they get there, and ask if they would be able to do what they'd done before, recreate another sheath for another feather. And he would pull out a little black feather and show it to them.
Would Lucan recognize this feather
It looks very
at all?
yes. It looks very similar to the witch that you guys had just left not that while ago.
Yes, of course I can make another sheath. It's an interesting feather.
Ezra's face would get bright red, and he'd just say, "Yes, very interesting. I will leave this with you," and he'll set it in their lap and book it.
Okay. Well, I guess they're making another sheath then.
Okay, probably not too difficult, and you have the time that night while setting up shop. Or after setting up shop, you have a lot of time just kind of to yourself. With some people kind of coming over, just kind of eyeballing things, and then some possibly trading. A lot of people would probably trade food or oh my goodness, my brain, scales or some leather for whatever Lou might have available. Again, more so tools in that kind of respect, because they do have wood around here, but the mechanical bits or bones are a lot sturdier than just wood that probably snaps a whole bunch.
Alright, I will list that down.
Go ahead and roll me if you're able to, roll me a tinkerer's tools roll. Oh my gosh.
It's really not working for you, is it? In the
No.
English language.
It's really not.
Off to a good start.
It's not too bad. The first bit that you had done was so beautiful. Like, it was perfect, exactly to fit the feather that Ezra had given you the first time. That really nice, long, pristine, slightly golden feather. This one, the feather looks a little damaged in certain spots, and probably with the interruptions every once in a while, Lucan's ability to make kind of a similar thing isn't spot on, and it's not amazingly pretty, but it is still pretty decent. And they're able to make...
It will protect the feather.
Exactly.
Functional.
And slightly pretty. Like, there's still a nice, like, Lucan flair to it.
I mean, there can be an elegance even in, like, something very simple.
This is true.
Is that...
They're probably gonna try and make a couple of them.
Just
Try and get a better one out of it.
Okay. How many more are they going to do?
Oh gosh. Probably 2 or 3.
More or in total?
In total.
Okay, go ahead and roll me 2 more rolls then. That one was a
Okay.
little better.
There you go.
There we go.
There,
Nice.
yeah. So you were just kind of warming up. So the journey had kind of been a little bit long. You guys had to trek through the swamp, kind of remember how the wildstorm kind of had changed a couple things along the way. You guys had to trek through a bit more swampy area, muck, than the kind of wider open areas of land. So maybe Lou didn't get a lot of time to actually sit and fiddle with things like they were able to, just to sit and enjoy the time in the Hyacinth's Glade, where they were fiddling around with stuff. So it took a couple of tries, but they actually made a very pretty little sheath for this feather.
Okay. They are going to hide the other 2, put the feather in the sheath, and then go deposit the entire bit with Ezra.
His entire face would light up seeing it. He'd be very thankful. But he stops Lucan before they can get too far and goes, "This might be a bit of a personal question, but you're sickly?"
Of a sort.
Is it like a curable disease?
No. No, it's chronic pain.
I don't know how much this will help, but and he takes off a necklace he has and he hands it over, and it's a parapet of health.
Okay.
As a thank you to all your hard work.
Thank you, Ezra. That means a lot. I'm going to go search the compendium for that.
I might be able to drag and drop it over, honestly.
I'm already right there.
Gotcha.
The periaptive health.
And I talked a little bit about it. I don't know what Tay decided it would do for you. Did you decide on it just giving them advantage?
Basically. So when you roll on your fiber fog cat, you will roll twice and take the better result, resulting in the least amount of damage to Lou.
Nice!
Yeah.
Is that something that I'm like, curious? I know, I remember this conversation. We all sat down and talked about it for
Yeah.
like an hour. But yeah, essentially, since it's not a curable disease, it would just suppress the worst of the symptoms that Lou would have.
Yep.
Nice.
Not completely getting rid of it, because it can't be.
Mm-hmm. Watch my first roll with it, though, be 2 1s.
That would
So
fucking
bad.
suck.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of on brand, though.
Lucan's like, I'm so looking forward to this. I wonder if this thing will actually help. Rolls both ones, dies. Ezra, you lied to me.
I'm sorry!
No.
How could you
No,
do
they wouldn't
this?
die. That would just be 2 levels of exhaustion.
Nah, he does.
Yeah.
Crumple over.
Dead.
Right.
Done.
Is that everything that everyone wanted to do in Yvonne?
Yes, that was it for me.
Okay.
I have
Yep.
a bug in my lemonade.
No,
How dare
Rude
you.
as fuck.
not the lemonade.
That's okay, it's getting to the really watered down part anyway.
Oh, that's fair.
Bug
Do you want my
drown.
lemonade?
No, I'm okay. I appreciate
Okay.
it. I'm gonna try and drink water, because,
Fair,
I
fair, fair,
really
fair.
need
Gotta
to.
hydrate.
yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, it's just extra protein.
I mean, true.
Honestly, if I didn't look in there, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. I just drank it anyway.
Oh.
It's not the worst thing I've done. I've probably eaten lots of bugs in my life, just having my mouth open.
And that just reminds me of that prank picture of a spider at the bottom of someone's coffee. Hold on, let me find it.
No.
Oh.
Alright, so
I'm gonna
we all leave
continue
from
on.
Yvonne.
Cool.
Wait,
Can
hold
you
on.
put that behind a spoiler?
Yep, I was like, wait.
Thank you.
Tried to click it and didn't click it the first time. I'm like, no, wait, why is it not?
I would. I don't even know what I would do if that happened to me.
Cry.
Yeah. I would legitimately cry.
I remember the time that you found the spider on my leg and all I heard was
And the Courage the Cowardly Dog and just
yeah.
forgot how words worked and was just like pointing and crying. There's a big spider!
That's
In all fairness,
fair.
it was a pretty big wolf spider.
A baby.
So the next morning, spiders on the mind, we all head out, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see. Ooh.
And you showed about 16 days worth
Yeah.
of travel to get.
Yeah,
Down into
16
this
days
more
there
sand
instead of
area.
16 days back. It's equidistant from where we currently are, going around or going down and over.
Okay.
The only difference would be crossing over that. Well, I mean, the bridge here would be fine, but crossing over the river would be an issue for some, though definitely not for Mary or Hyvon.
Or
Or
Maz,
dog.
Or dog, who just walk along the bottom of the river.
Yeah.
was probably originally the first way that Mez thought of going, and then was like, wait, not all of these people can swim or turn into animals.
Ness doesn't have
Or
swim speed yet, does he?
he does. He just got it with what
He just
level he
got it?
is. He also has other means of transportation when he's down in the sands, but we haven't been down there yet.
Okay.
Alright, you go.
Yep. I was rolling for stuff and looking at what was happening, so sorry.
You're good. And I heard you say, ooh, interesting.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the things I don't feel like you guys would like get, you've been getting. Like the door.
The door!
Oh, the
I
door.
love the door.
What's behind this door, I wonder?
What's
More
behind
fireworks,
door
I hope!
number
Opens it again.
one?
More confetti! Yay!
Opens it, there's a steam train, just...
Close it before it gets too close. It's like, well, not going in that one.
Alright, so as you guys set off into the distance to the west, wheezed. I can't stop yawning. Help. Okay. As you guys set off towards the Alec just came over to my screen, pointed at the thing that Kat had shared with the person, just launching the self out of the door, and pointed at himself. Sorry. So, making your way downtown, both with Lucan and Mez's help. Mez had come up from the south, so he kind of understands a little bit of where this lake down here and the rivers kind of fall and thread out into. So he doesn't necessarily have too much issue. But at least with Lucan's map, you guys are able to make pretty good distance. Out into the a little past the marshlands, out past Yvonne's fields of rice and cranberries and things like that, out into a little bit less of a swampy area necessarily, and kind of more just a grassland, wetland area, kind of where you had met Noah. So it seems like this marsh was kind of settled right in the middle of both of those. Question for Lucan. Would Lucan have traveled out of Nishakra at all? Or would they have kept mostly inside of the very large province, that is Nishakra?
I mean, it's been 60 years. They've probably gone into Borovar and a little bit into Hanashar.
Okay.
Hanashar's a bit cold for them, but
Yeah.
being from Avalon, it's not too bad.
That's true. And then if anything too, I mean, like this kind of border up here is mostly where it's just almost always frozen. So there is or there are areas underneath that where Lucan probably could have gone up to like the coast and just kind of enjoyed that sort of temperature rather than like, I'm frozen. Great.
Yeah.
So probably
skirted the swamp for the most part, but gone more up here and then down in this area.
Kind of like this area-ish. Oops.
Oop.
I put myself on a different map. Haha. Congrats. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So, there probably wouldn't be any issue with the two of you kind of leading everybody over into that area, especially because Lucan has gone into Borovar a little bit. Mez has mostly been down in this area. So you got between the two of you, you make it relatively easy to navigate between. Ezra also has no problem once kind of understanding the pass up here, or over here to the west, that where you guys are. Ezra has probably been literally throughout the entire section of Borovar, kind of in this area. Like including that too, but... Oh my gosh, my map is just being dumb. But yeah, so like, Ezra has probably been down into the frozen areas, patrolled along the Arborin Mountains, through the pass multiple times, so he understands that area too. Ishitz has just come from that area before this, so she's relatively aware of the pass, and then down south where she had met a couple of other shifter tribes and the dwarves that she had spent some time with. Mary is clueless, but that's okay. We love her.
Hey, Tay, what mountain did the incident occur on?
Did what? Sorry.
What mountain did the incident occur on?
It was probably up here in this section.
Okay.
The northern Arborin Mountains. Am I remembering the mountain range? This is my own world and I've forgotten it. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Been there.
The northern
Well-
Arborin Mountains. So these right here, most of everybody would know this. Except Mary. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mary. These
It's
mountains
okay.
right here are the Arborin Mountains. They have like the southern because of the pass, and then the northern.
And then, quick question: are these mountains part of this mountain range as well?
They tie into it with a small little section right here, but
There's like a pass between these two, isn't there? Like a small one.
Kind of, though nobody talks about that.
Right.
Mainly because people disappear and never come back. It's part of
Sounds
this
exciting.
These up here are the
Bermuda
Chalcynth.
Triangle.
It is
Oh,
the
the what?
Bermuda Triangle. These up here that Lucan lives along are the Chalcynth Mountains.
Chalcynth.
Mhm.
You said the Chalcynth and then the what?
They're in the chat, but
Oh,
Chalcynth?
excuse me.
and northern and southern Arborin. There you go. Oops, if I could spell southern. There's no R in that one, just southern.
Southern.
Norther and southern. You know, I totally have English down. That one was kind of hidden though, because it was like in the mountains and sea travel for roleplay
Gotcha.
stuff. But yeah, most of everybody would know the Arborin Mountains. I think only Lucan knows about the Chalcynth Mountains, just because they live right next to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's another place. There's a lot of places like that in this world. Mary's is the Broken Island. We don't go to the Broken Island.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Lucan knows.
Luz is right up here.
Yeah, Lucan
Yeah.
knows that's a scary bad place that their cursed stuff comes out of. Well, not necessarily cursed stuff, just very bad stories come out of. Don't go there, it's bad. Nobody talks about that place. Just erase it from the... technically, actually, most map makers, Lucan would know this, most map makers up in that area, you don't know about Kaltavir because they're assholes. Who cares about them? But most people will erase that spot from the map completely.
Just to discourage people from going there.
Yeah, it's kind of like how it is on there. It's just kind of a black smolder of an area.
Here there be monsters.
You just
Pretty much.
X marks the spot that if you want to die, you can go up here, but we'll never talk to you again. Bye. Good luck.
Alright.
Cool. So you guys make it past the borderline of the Inishakra and Borovar provinces. It's kind of interesting for this too, if I'm assuming Lucan and Mez kind of show the map to everybody. They're not just like hogging it and then continue off onto wherever they're going.
Yeah.
I mean, Mez might, I don't know.
It's not his map, it's Lucan's. It's whatever Lucan wants to do with it.
Lucan doesn't care if people want to look over their shoulder. They're not going to actively go out and wave it in people's faces, but if people want to pay attention, they're not going to mind.
That's fair.
So would probably look it over a couple times, just noting where they're going, but otherwise says nothing.
Okay. Ezra would probably understand the borderline of Borovar and Ashakra a little bit more easily. The lines that I have for you guys here, those little like hashed lines, aren't actually on the world map that Lucan would have. So it looks for most of everybody that like land kind of like stops right here to belong to Nashakra. Ezra knows this whole section is from Borovar on, and nobody talks about the desert because it's just, for all intents and purposes, a big giant wasteland of sand. Mez knows that's different. Would Lucan have ever gone down into the sand at all? Or the desert?
Probably more recently, with a little bit more experience traveling, but not with the cart.
That's very fair. It'd be very difficult to kind of get through and trek through. Thankfully, Dog has a whole bunch of holes in him. That way, like, all the sand just kind of falls out.
Dog probably has snowshoes for the sand.
Oh, I love it.
That's adorable, actually.
It doesn't like the snowshoes for the sand, but it probably has them.
Probably like a dog with booties, then. Just like awkward walking.
Yeah.
And my brain's dumb sometimes. I heard dog with booties, and my first thought was, man, that dog got a booty. I'm like, what?
It's a corgi butt.
It's sweet. So we make our way to a wetland area, you said?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to answer a question. You guys, and then immediately just see the thing of the person yeeting themselves into a door. Your travels are pretty quiet. There's no storms, there's no rain, there's quite a bit of sun. As you guys are slowly kind of heading towards the approach of summer. Nato, I believe, is the end of April. So you guys are coming into what is the equivalent of May.
There goes the internet.
Oh, Gooby.
Okay.
Can you guys still hear over Discord though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're on phone data for that.
Okay. If we do run into anything, if you guys need like the screen to be shared or anything, you just let me know.
Okie dokie.
So your first couple of days of travel through this wetland are pretty pretty uneventful. There's kind of a sunny, nice little breeze every once in a while. The weather is actually pretty decent for Lou, not having to worry about the cool swamp night air. It's just, this seems to kind of be warming up a little bit, just kind of around morning to evening, and then kind of later at night it does get a little chilly, but then warms back up pretty relatively easy. As you guys start getting into where marshland kind of dies out into a little bit more brush, and you can kind of start to see an expanse of land, or not land, just like dry dirt instead. You guys probably are about right along this kind of stretch. If my cursor will stop moving, there we go. For Bryce and Kat, you guys are very close to the southern Arbor Mountains, kind of approaching where you would kind of curl around and then head south. Still within that pass, that there is a small caravan of about 3 wagons, or like a little larger than carriages, kind of like the Oregon Trail wagons.
Covered wagons and stuff.
That have slowly kind of come to a stop and are kind of checking on like straps and things that are keeping their haul inside contained. And there is a man kind of off to the side of a couple of guards that is dressed exquisitely. They are dressed in very fine silks and kind of gaudy patterns and colors that definitely draw attention. May not look good, but for the royals and like nobles who definitely kind of just flaunt their yeah, basically they kind of flaunt those colors even if it's not really pretty. This man has rings adorning most fingers. They've got jewelry that have like necklaces that are placed upon their neck. Kind of darker skin with nose piercing and slightly pointed ears. And he seems to be just kind of talking with the guards, getting an update on how everything is kind of going with the 3 wagons. Do you guys approach at all, or kind of leave them be, or continue on your way?
Mez would continue on.
Do they look like they need help? Or are they just stopped checking on things rather than, oh shit, my wagon is broken?
It's not a Noah situation. They just seem to be stopping for a moment, kind of getting their bearings. You see some of the guards that aren't kind of helping keep track of like the inventory or making sure things are latched down correctly, kind of taking a break to eat off to the side.
Yeah, Lou would move on then.
Okay.
Or would keep an eye on them, but would not approach.
Okay.
Yeah, Ijaz has probably approached caravans like this before, but when traveling on her own, when with another group already, like, she's like, I don't need to talk to them, I got people to talk to.
That's fair.
And Mary's gonna leave him be.
Okay.
She looks curious, but she's gonna leave him be.
Esme kind of finishes up talking with the guards and kind of sees the group of you kind of in the general vicinity. He kind of like gives a smile and a wave, and somewhere behind him in the 3 wagons there's a very large chittering sort of noise, followed by a sound of like a lion roaring. And he seems completely fine with it and kind of goes back to his business, checking on things.
Jets waves back while he's still looking.
If Maz caught that, he'd just give him a polite nod and continue on his way.
Yeah. Cool.
Lucan is curious about the noise, but not
enough to detract from your
enough to... Yeah.
Okay. So you guys continue on. You curl around that southern part of the mountain and kind of hug towards where the lake pulls off into the river. And along that edge, let's see. I can't see. About 3 or so days. Is that the path that you had wanted to take?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maz would be trying to stick them close to the river. This is going to be the fastest.
Okay. Which I'm assuming Mary and Hyvon really appreciate. This river
Definitely.
is very wide, so even if you two were just to be able to kind of go out, splash a little bit, kind of refresh with the water, and then come back, you are right along that river, and it's not too much of an issue. Let's see, what did I roll again?
Maz would also tell everybody as they're going into the sands that the fire needs to stay burning through the night to keep away was it the Sandmen?
Mm-hmm.
And that if anybody hears any sounds of people out in the darkness or any sounds of shuffling, to ignore them. Also,
Sorry, say that again.
He says that if anyone hears any sounds of people crying out or the sounds of anything like moving around the camp at night and it won't come into the light, ignore it.
Okay.
Good to know.
He also mentions that if anyone, he would ask if anyone had any run-ins with the undead before.
We all have. We ran into those ivy skeletons.
Outside of that,
I'm not sure if
Would
Jets would have at this point, actually.
have?
what'd you say, Kat?
Tay, would Lucan have?
Sorry, I'm eating bread. I shoved my mouth full of bread because you guys were talking. I'm like, cool, I get a break. And I'm just like, Tay, I'm like, fuck, I got bread in my mouth. Lucan probably would not have come across too many undead, except maybe up in Hanashar. Coming across basically like skeletons, kind of going with that. Ajet's probably wouldn't have come across too many of them, except for kind of running into like skeletons or like almost Draugr equivalents. but those are kind of few and far between up there.
Okay,
So-
but she has run into a few at least.
Yes.
Then she would offer up, yeah, I've run into some skeletons in the north.
Mez would just smile. I makes me happy that all of you have, or most of you have had a run-in with them at some point before. Though I assure you, what you might run into out here is going to be a bit more dangerous than a skeleton. If we run into any. What'd you say?
What?
It's roboting hard, I can't understand.
Yeah, you're kind of going in and out. She was asking, what can you tell us about them?
Well, there are many, so I feel like if we were to talk about it, it would be a very long conversation, though I can tell you that if you come across anything that seems out of the ordinary, any spires sticking up out of the sand that look potentially like lost buildings, or if you see anything that isn't arid land or sand, it's best to stay away from it.
Good to know.
I can tell you that most things that call the sand home, at least when it comes to the undead, often stick under the sands throughout the day. So as long as you don't go underground, you should be okay.
Sounds like good advice.
Fuck.
You good, Rick?
All the wrong tabs. Are coves going to hold any undead?
Possibly.
I was just gonna
There's-
say possibly.
Possibly. There are some that roam about and find shelter in the day, in coves and old ruins and anywhere that they can hide away. Others tend to stick to specific locations.
Okay.
For those of you who have stepped into the endless sands, not counting Mez, know that for the most part, this is a large expanse of land. Of just desert, of dunes, and
The spice
whipping
must flow.
winds and sandstorms. There's not a lot out here. Ezra, you know this because Borvar has pushed over to claim this land, quote unquote, but they don't have anybody out here. They don't patrol, they don't do anything because this is a different kind of arid land than Borvar. It's a different kind of living. There's not a lot of things out here, at least for most people, to kind of survive off of. There aren't really talk of ruins or things like that. Though the way that Mez seems to speak about them seems that... I mean, did Mez say that he was from this Endless Sands?
Mez said he was from the south.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that he was from the south, and he, like, when they first talked to each other, talked about being from what would be Borovar.
Yeah, I think essentially what it boiled down to was Maz was like, "Oh yes, I'm from Southern Borvar."
Okay.
Because the thing that he would have talked to Ezra originally about would have been like, oh, I recognize your clothing. Like, I know where you're from. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
And then Azra would be like, nobody fucking lives down there. Sure you do.
And he just did the polite smile and just kind of let that be that.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
And Ezra would have said it more polite than that. It would have
Yeah.
been like, nobody lives down there, but okay.
Question mark. The further that you guys get down into, kind of past like the jagged rocky areas of the mountains and more into the sands, that might come to light that Mez actually may be from this area down here and can kind of navigate the sands a lot easier than everybody else, especially if he's been able to live down in this area for the he's 18
ish. Yeah.
his young life, considering Ezra's a little older.
I think Mez
is only 18.
Mez has been an adult since he was 12.
I mean, yeah, but he's 18.
Yeah. Like 18, 19.
He's a baby.
Ejets is also 19. We have super babies in the party.
Yeah. Ejets also hits like maturity at 10 or 11 based on her race, so she's been an adult for a while as well.
They're babies.
I was gonna say Mez has been. Mez has almost been an adult for not quite as long as he's been alive, but just about.
He's been an adult for his
half
entire
as
adult
long.
life.
How old is Mary again?
Mary now, I think, is 31.
Okay.
Yeah, she's 31.
Ezra just looks between Mary and Lucan and is like, I can only trust you, bitches.
Honestly, Lucan's really fucking young too. Lucan's like 20, 21 in human years.
Yeah.
Human years is the caveat there.
Yeah.
So on technicality, you can only trust one bitch.
You can only trust one bitch.
I mean,
Ezra just looks at Mary and is like, only you.
I think technically the oldest person here in the party
Lord.
would be Ijets. Like, based on race, life expectancy, and time of adulthood.
I'm not gonna do the math for that.
Ew,
mean,
math. That's
I love
fair,
math.
though.
I can go do all the calculations
Yes,
if we really
please.
want to know, like, how long people have been adults compared to their complete life expectancies, but
It's not
I
that
mean,
big of a
if you
deal.
want to.
You're more than welcome to, but you don't have to. I think that it would probably be Ijets, and then Ezra would be around the same age, I think. And then I would think it would be Mez. Or no, it would be Ijets, Ezra, Mary, and then Mez and Lucan would be around
Fuck.
the same age, I think. When it comes to all that.
it sounds about right.
I mean,
To Ezra and Mary, everybody else looks like babies.
Yeah. No, everybody else looks really young. And Lucan just looks ethereal as he's an elf and doesn't, or they're an elf and they don't age until they are about to die. And then they look slightly older than their prime.
that and Lucan probably looks. I mean, anybody who's familiar with elves, as far as that goes, Lucan probably looks really, really young because their ears are still a little droopy.
Oh, the baby elf ear shit.
Yeah,
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep.
They're cute. The cartilage never actually hardened at the end, so they have the thing where like
droopy ear.
pit bull puppies when their ears aren't totally yeah is cute.
Mm. I love it.
So wait, my ears are pointier than the elves? What?
Yes. Yes, they are. Yeah.
Jets has dog ears. They were already pointy, actually, so...
Alright, so we're trucking down through. We ran into the dude with a cart and kept moving through.
Yep. A caravan of what may have sounded like animals.
Pretty sure it sounded like animals, but it may have not been animals.
Who knows? Could have been just mimics.
Could have been.
Oh no.
Or it wasn't Ublex.
No,
Yeah.
no thank you.
Hard pass.
It could have been some really kinky ERPers as well, like,
Yeah.
who knows?
It's just a ton of, like, human pets.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Lord.
I mean, you're not
No,
wrong
thank
with the
you.
pets, but they weren't human.
The traveling Limsa Laminsa.
Nope, you guys passed an exotic pet collector.
Interwebs.
Oh, whoa.
Maybe.
Who knows? You could have maybe gotten another baby Hyvon.
Like we need more pets in this party.
I'm sorry, I only want to get... I only want him from an ethical breeder. Just saying.
That's fair.
So says the one who actually went out and hunted him down to be like, you are my pet now, I love you.
So do you have the lineage papers for this furry?
Oh god.
No.
We're
Okay.
supposed to have lineage.
I'm sorry, Kate, where are we going? Where are we going?
The internet's back.
Yay!
Welcome back. So you guys have skirted derp doop dop down into right here.
Oh, if we're in that area, everybody would see that Mez has pulled the shield off that he carries on him, and there's a small, like, divot in it on the side that he would see, and the skeleton of his tent, he kind of folds and maneuvers a little bit and makes essentially this one person like
Sand skiff thing.
sand skiff. Yeah, it's like a windboard. It's like the fucking the like
Treasure Planet.
yeah, sun
Alma.
scale from Treasure Planet.
I love it.
Lucan has gone, oh whoa, and wants to make one now.
This it seems to function very well on the sands because of the wind that kind of moves about, but it makes it a little bit difficult when there's no wind.
That's what making your own propulsion is for.
That's why you have your own dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I just realized Lucan could have their own, like, sled. And just have dog as
Yeah.
their little mush dog.
Yes.
Let's see, sorry, I was just marking the calendar because you guys have now passed into Marquette, the month of which would essentially be May. You are now on the 8th. About a week ago, you guys had a new moon. Oh, I did never add the second moon in here. Oops. That should be, sorry, that's something that I think only Kat knows, because I think I was talking to her about that. There are 2 moons in this world. I'll have to
As long
fix
as there's
the
not 2
calendar.
suns.
No, there's just one. I don't know why.
Anywhere close enough to have 2 suns is always destined to die, as the 2 suns will meet each other and turn into a stellar black hole.
Plot point
pretty
for
cool.
later? Maybe. Alright, continuing.
the two moons meet and become an inverse black hole because they're moons instead of suns.
It becomes a wormhole instead of the black hole, so you guys just get sucked up into some other dimension and new game.
And
New game
it turns
plus.
into a white hole.
It turns into new game plus for you guys.
Initiate new game plus. Jump into the combined double moons.
It's just the new expansion for Final Fantasy because we're going to the moon.
Oh yeah!
So
Alright.
as you guys make the, or as Mez makes their sand skiff and continues on, the Lucan still doesn't necessarily have a mount, and Ishitz doesn't. So you guys are still kind of trekking along with everybody else at your own
At
pace.
walking pace.
Yeah. But at least now, Mez, you don't have to worry about walking. You just enjoy the ability to surfboard on the sand.
Yeah.
Sweet. Let me roll one more. Excuse me. One more thing. Oh, okay, bye. Cool. Didn't need that anyway.
You're dead to me.
Wow.
9.
90 then 9.
90 was in the same range as the
Door.
pet collector. So
Ah.
you guys had nothing else going through the whole thing down here. Okay. As you guys are kind of bedding down, after kind of a day of travel along this area of the river, do you guys... Question for Mez, I guess, in this case. Are you taking them all the way to the river's edge and then continuing down from there? Are you heading straight down, like, this way? Are you trying to cross any other area? What are we trying to do?
So he would have probably taken them to about the edge of the bend. And then started making his way either straight south, probably more like southwest or south-southwest. So kind of cutting along probably this day and then here to hopefully get to... You're right behind me, so I get to show you. This little, like, divot there.
Okay, the one that kind of protrudes out a little.
Mm-hmm.
That?
Yes.
You could have just pinged it, but yeah.
We're there. He probably would be. First spot would be there, and then there, if
Here.
they don't find anything.
And then here.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, siren.
She's got her paws wedged under the door.
Oh yeah.
A baby. Should I let her in?
A child.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool. So as you guys kind of hit that first little divot and bump up in this kind of area, the land has kind of mixed once again with a bit of that, I guess, kind of three different, I don't want to say necessarily biomes, but I guess so. You have the sands that have kind of whipped across part of this river to make kind of like a Nile delta area around that river that has kind of given some growth to some areas, but then it kind of blows over onto the other side into the west over here, where the sand kind of continues into some of those dunes into just pure rock and dirt once again for the mountains. And then a little bit further down, you have what is still rather cold. So as you guys are kind of coming down, this I don't know what you'd call this, a bay?
It'd be a bay.
This bay is actually not frozen anymore, but very cool to the kind of warmer areas. Also, as you guys are now stepping into the sands, the days are a little bit warmer and the nights are a little cooler. Just because sand doesn't hold that heat within. It's starting to get a little bright in certain areas, but again, as you guys are headed kind of south into that frozen area, you don't necessarily have to worry about being blinded from the sun kind of casting across all of the sand and just kind of getting that reflection of sand glittering at you.
Soon it'll be snow glittering at us.
Yes, but Ijets is used to that, considering most of her life has been as such. Let me see something. Mez. Hold on 1 second. Oh, hello. There we go. Can you... No, we already rolled for that. That's why you know.
Yeah, I got a pretty good roll.
Yeah, you got a really good roll on your history check last time to understand. Go ahead and give me a navigation check for me. Yep, just to see kind of how close you guys are following along or not following along.
Do you want me to do this as they're navigating this? Like, as Mez and Ezra, or Mez and Ezra, Mez and Lou were talking about this? Or do you want me just to do it flat?
I don't think that Lucan probably would have visited too much down here, so I don't know if they would have too much to be able to kind of talk on. Though Lucan probably still has their map up and available to kind of guide where you guys are going, so I would go ahead and roll advantage.
Okay. 25.
You guys have a very good tracker. Alright. Mez, based on the stories that you have kind of heard and the few times that you've kind of gotten close to this area, one, you've probably come over to explore for jobs that you've had to work on, but not necessarily had kind of taken anything from this.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of recall based on like thinking about the past travels, but having Lucan there being able to kind of help guide while you're kind of taking in the landmarks of things along where the river has kind of jutted out and carved things. You kind of remember that there were a few coves that had kind of ducked along the side of that like divot down in this section, the kind of U shape, and then over in this area as well. So as you're kind of reaching into this little divot section, and you guys are headed more south and then a little bit more southwest to kind of go around the bay area, but kind of recollection of like, oh, I kind of remember like this strange rock formation of X. It might look like a little lion or something, like a blob of a lion, but still a lion. I remember there being certain coves down in this area. This may be where I need to lead the rest of the group. There are 2 particular coves that kind of come to Mez's mind, being directly at the very bottom of the U shape, so kind of like, or I guess it's kind of in that area, like down here, and then that little tiny divot that you had said that like it pokes out a little bit more there.
He'd lead them to the closest one first, and then if no luck there, he'd go to the one in the U.
Okay. As you do make your way down into that area, that kind of little tidbit of a divot out in that first little branch of that U, there is a very slight frost that has kind of dusted over an area that kind of overlooks what seems to be a cove, and also a rock formation that kind of juts out where almost kind of like a little cave that kind of goes underneath an area of that cove.
Okay. He would let everybody know that they're probably coming up on the first of a few coves, so you kind of point in the direction to where he knows the first one will be.
Okay.
Well, fingers crossed we get lucky early on.
And then I'm assuming probably Mez is leading the way at this point and would go over.
Yeah, at this point I don't think that Mez needs the map. He's able to kind of... Well, kind of seeing the landmarks, he probably wouldn't have needed anything, but he's leading the way to the cove?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like, yeah, he would let everybody know. He'd point out the direction that they're going to be traveling, let them know that their coves are going to be coming up, to keep your eye out for coves and the flowers, and would start leading the party over to the first cove.
Okay.
As Ezra would get to the mouth of the cove, he would cast Divine Sense, checking for any of that undead.
Let's see. You do not get any sort of celestial, undead, or fiend.
Okay.
So no blip comes back, thankfully. As you guys kind of get towards that mouth of the cove. Give me one moment. Just to make sure I have everything so I can get you guys over to that map. Oh god. Help. That token didn't save correctly. interesting. Okay. There we go. Okay. Not sure why that didn't go for the first time. I'll go ahead and throw y'all in here.
Oh no, we're being thrown.
Yeet.
You do not own any token with vision in this scene.
You have to.
Oh god, I'm blind!
You can drag and drop.
I don't know where we're supposed to be.
You guys will be up here.
Gotcha.
Top left of the screen. Sorry. Here, I'll drop it for you guys.
When marking it sure didn't show anything up on my screen at first, so it
Oh.
was all black still, and I'm like, I could tell because of where your pointer was.
Yeah. We'll throw Ezra down. Bam.
I don't know if my tokens have actually dropped.
I know Dog has.
There we go.
There's Lucan. Okay. Mary. Is Mary in the water?
No.
I'll move her over just a little bit.
Yeah.
My vision range doesn't extend out quite far enough. I don't know how to fix that though.
I can't see shit.
No, wait, it does that way. They do circles very weird in this game.
Yeah.
And I can't see anything, so. Eh.
Okay.
Yeah, my vision should be like 10 feet longer.
Yeah, so the funny, weird thing I noticed about that is that if you go out in a cardinal direction, it's right. If you go out in any of the side directions, it's off. Because technically my vision should extend all the way out to here, and I only got it to here. But I don't know if there's a way to fix that, or if that's just Foundry's programming being a little not great.
It might just be... I'm not sure, because it says...
Well, I guess the better question is it dark in here or no?
Not pitch black, no. A little bit more towards the back of the cave, it is a little dark, but I can just go ahead and configure the scene to not have to worry about vision. Bam! It's not that bright, but
Ooh. Pretty. It's very pretty.
I wonder if I have the dark version. I do. I wonder if I can eat that in real fast.
I can't wait to get the art of Mary and Hyvon, because it'd be cute to have that on the tokens.
I think so too. Okay, let's see. Configure this one to give you guys full token vision again. I'm still getting used to the different scenes here in Foundry, yeah. Because they're a little bit different than just like clicking on the Roll20.
Ooh.
Really?
Oh, do we need to drop our tokens again?
I can do it for you. Or you can. Whatever you guys feel up to. I was just about to drop.
Go outside, dog.
Yeah,
Go
sorry.
outside.
You're good. Let's see. Boys. Those two. Do we have Hyvon? Hyvon's not out there. There you go. Hyvon's on a bunch of
Hyvon.
rocks.
Ivan's on top of a rock.
It's like the Bethesda horse. He's just like on the rock all of a sudden.
Yeah, at a 90-degree angle. Because apparently that's how that works.
Absolutely
or
is.
like Varric dancing on top of the red lyrium in the beginning of Inquisition.
Don't you know that horses have tiny little hairs on the bottom of their hooves that allow them to climb on walls? Wait, no, that's spiders.
Like a spider.
I was gonna say
Spider horse.
spider horse.
Huh.
Spider horse. Oh god.
I'm not.
Terrifying.
So, Sleipnir.
Okay. Can everybody see
Mhm.
in here? Okay, I see everybody's stuff. Okay. Just making sure everything was kind of good to go there. Oh no. Physics. It's just the horse head. And the horse butt. Oh wait, is it the whole body? Yes.
It's the whole body, but with spider legs.
Yeah. Oh god.
Oh,
I
no.
love it.
As you guys kind of come around into the cove and a little bit into the about the kind of jutting rocks and that kind of formation that they've made to dip into this little bit of a cave. Oh lord.
A boy.
You are able
You would have a hard time getting all those back legs on the ground at the same time. Anyway.
you are able to see a very soft kind of shine of faint lights that kind of glimmer every now and then. They're kind of a pale, soft light as you guys kind of come into this area. It's darker than it is outside in this cove, or in this little kind of cavern cove area. And the light kind of once upon stepping in here seems to be emanating from these crystalline structures, these rocks that have kind of been placed within and kind of throughout the area. Mez would know these rocks are very similar to the sand that gets blasted by the wild storms and creates kind of like those crystalline magical essence kind of sealed within them, and that's why they give off this light.
I'm assuming similar to the Ankh that he carries then.
Yes, a lot like that. These ones are just kind of more like blue, purples, pinks, and like light, not necessarily opaque, but more of an opaque white than clear. That's kind of giving off of this light, and it seems that most of the light in here is coming off of those little crystals, which does also give the outlines and whatnot of the fish moving in the water below, the outlines and soft little glimmers of flowers that seem to be floating on top of small lily pads out into the middle of this watery area. But it does not seem that you guys are alone. There are a multitude of what seem to be jackals. I don't know if Lucan would have ever seen a jackal, or Mary.
There's a first time for everything.
Or Ejets. I know that Mez definitely would have seen them, and along travels, Ezra would have seen them kind of more towards the south and along the area kind of where you guys are now, and then down along the south part of Borovar that extends down into Kiribin. Not only are you here with several jackals, but you are also greeted by the slow rise of at least the upper half of a female humanoid that has the complete lower half of a lion's body as she stretches out two very large paws into this big stone, kind of like a dais that sits up above the water a little. And she peers over to curious, or to you as a group, curious, but she doesn't state anything yet.
Hello there!
She glances at Ishetz, who seems to be kind of above and ahead of everybody here, unless Mez is further in.
I wasn't sure where the entrance was. If it was at the side or in the corner. If it's the corner, I'm there.
The entrance is up here, where you guys had kind of entered from.
Okay,
Behind you
then
all.
moved one back then.
Okay. With the
Mez was looking for the flowers. Taking stock of the room, went, okay. And it was, and what is the thing that I'm looking for even here? Is this worth getting into?
Mez would have heard stories of this strange half lion, half humanoid creature, and probably surrounded by a bunch of jackals may not be a very good time.
I meant is he's looking for the flowers to see if those are even here, as if this is even worth his time, possibly risking an encounter with this creature.
Gotcha. They kind of looking over into the middle of this cove. The flowers that are along these lily pads are a very vibrant blue. They are blooming at this point and kind of sparkling a little as the water kind of shimmers around them. And as you kind of take stock of the cavern and everything that's kind of going on, and if this is a situation that you might want to involve yourself in or not, the idea of those flowers that settle out in the middle of the water seem to resonate with perhaps what the parchment was saying.
Okay.
These are indeed blooming flowers. They're near the sands of the south, and they are hidden behind a mouth of a cove. Very close to freezing lines, considering at the very back of the cove you do see that there's ice that has formed up and over some of the rock.
Good to know. Is just called out to it.
It simply kind of tilts her head and glances over Ijet's to notice the wolf ears that have kind of popped up above her head, and she calls out to Ijet's in particular that shifters of her kind are very far from home here.
That's true. I am from the far north. This is much more south than I've ever been before.
She kind of looks over the rest of the party, and these two boys kind of get a little closer. This one gets a little closer over here. This one comes up over here. This one.
Oh, those are the jackals.
Yeah,
I thought they were just.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I thought like that was just like fish on the map or something, and now that I see them move, I'm like, oh wait, I get it now.
Ezra
I
is
just
going
realized-
to politely push in front of Lucan.
Okay. Lucan is probably collecting pretty glowing rocks.
That's fair. Like, I don't
For,
really care about what's going on. Give me the rocks.
Yeah.
As Ezra kind of comes forward a little, she kind of sits back, like a very large cat would. It kind of seems a little awkward with the upper half of a human body on top of that. And she gestures over to you all. What brings you down here?
We're looking for flowers that. What did the parchment say again? I had just read it and I forgot it. We're looking for flowers that bloom in cold coves.
Well, there are plenty of other coves to go searching for flowers. This is my home.
By chance, are you willing to trade for some flowers? And it would save us time, and that way we could give you something to make it worth your time to allow us to take some.
She kind of weighs over the option a little. I'm not sure what you would have to trade that might make it worthwhile.
If anyone has any suggestions of stuff that we might be able to trade, I'm open to them.
I was going to say, you mentioned that Mez has heard about these things before. What does he know about them?
They are incredibly hedonistic, and kind of lavish in the more luxurious and finer things. It's kind of said that they, out in the ruins and desolate areas of the sands, they kind of remake what was lost at some point into essentially their homes. They kind of have this glamour that they put illusions across to make it look a lot more fancy and grandeur than what it might be, to kind of cover up like decay, etc.
In ruin, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So like, to kind of keep the illusion of like a nice like palace, even though it might be falling into ruin. Or...
Exactly.
Gotcha. They're very vain.
Yes.
Would Mez share that?
Yeah, Mez would say that quietly. So
Probably a wise idea.
Ezra would pull out some of the crystals he has, hold them aloft, and
Mez would ask if it wished for gold.
Let me see real fast. How quietly was Mez talking?
Probably just like kind of enough so where the people just within his vicinity, like, yeah, they like material possessions and they will want to keep up the appearance of a lavish lifestyle.
Okay.
Would have been essentially what he would have probably said.
Okay. So Ezra holds up crystals
Yep.
Maz would say jewels
gold.
and gold.
This does
Lucan
kind of...
will just bring out some of their jewelry that they sell.
kind of being far away from you all, considering you guys are still about 60 feet away. She holds a hand up and out, and the jackals kind of, kind of back off a little. Oh god, I have multiple help. They kind of go back to doing what they were doing, just kind of meandering and doing everything. And she hops very easily and quite elegantly, or not elegantly, gracefully over onto the ice over here to slowly kind of make her way a little closer to you guys. Kind of hands up as though a sense of, I'm not going to harm you if you don't harm me. She does kind of flash the very large lion claws as she kind of moves forward a little, just to show, like, if you guys do something, I do mean business. She gets about to this point before she stops completely to kind of look at what is offered up.
I will let you know Mez has not produced any gold or jewels, but has only mentioned the fact that they would be willing to offer those things.
Correct, but two of the other party members did actually pull stuff out, or
Yeah.
Yep.
She kind of looks over a little bit. What kind of jewelry does Lucan pull out?
I've got a couple of pictures. Give me a second.
Okay, and then while you're going through that, what kind of crystals is Ezra pulling out?
He's got a he's got a star rose quartz, a moonstone, a citrine, chalcedonite, and quartz. That's like all he's got, bud.
The thought of gold gets an intrigued kind of look across her face as well. Gold is not necessarily used for a lot of money or currency, except for in the larger cities, though it is also used for essentially like to melt into other things like crowns and circlets and things like that.
Mez would he's still curious as to what she would say at the offer of gold and jewelry, or gold and jewels and jewelry, because that hasn't been acknowledged.
I know, I was just about to say it, and then you had started saying something.
Sorry.
She tilts her head a little, kind of a flick of her tail. What exactly are you willing to part with for one of these flowers?
We would need 5 of them.
One for each of you, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Seeing the kind of glistening of the crystal light bouncing off of the jewelry, her eyes kind of focus on Lucan, and she gestures for Lucan to come closer, as if to kind of look at the jewelry a little bit, kind of inspect it a little bit more. But she does not move forward.
Okay.
She's not making any sort of She doesn't want it to be kind of like a hostile environment of like, if I move closer, you all are just gonna gank me and I'm gonna die.
Okay. How close? Lucan will move as close as they can reasonably get without it looking like she's going to attack them.
Okay. Even 15, 20 feet away, 25 feet even, she's still not moving, and she's not probably ushering anybody to move forward at that point. So right about there would probably be where she kind of glances over the jewelry, and the earrings and the necklace, the first two pictures that you had sent, really kind of collect her attention more than the third necklace, if they're holding all of these up.
Yeah, they're holding out a number of different pieces of jewelry like those three.
Okay. She glances over toward the area in the middle of this cove, and then back to the 8 of you with all of your mounts and dog. Kind of looks back to the jackals that have kind of scattered across the rest of the cove, and in a moment kind of weighs her options, just just in case something does go awry. And she points to the two earrings and the necklace that are much akin to those two pictures, and gestures to kind of leave them by the wall, like over in this area. Oh, in this area, yeah. She says, I will go no further. I will step back for you, but you are allowed to take the basically the pathway out into the middle of the cove to be able to collect one flower, and one flower only. If you collect more, then there may be consequences. And she moves.
Thank you. Lucan will go deposit the pieces of jewelry and then tell Dog to behave. And go collect a flower and then come back.
Okay. The whole time that this is going on, there doesn't seem to be any sort of real movement from the jackals in the back, and she stands there addressing the rest of the group. No eyes on Lucan. To Ezra, who had held out the different stones or crystals, she kind of weighs a little bit more on that, and then squints a little as her arms come up to cross over her chest. Do you have anything else to offer besides stones?
He looks to Mez and goes, I also have gold.
Mez just kind of gives him a nod.
And how much gold are you willing to part with?
How would 30 pieces sound?
And the quartz that you showed. 30 pieces of gold and the quartz. Both of them.
Okay.
She kind of gestures, just like she had with Lucan, to kind of put them over towards that small little, like, offering pile now. And then repeats the same thing. One flower and only one.
Goes, grabs one flower, and comes back.
Okay. She looks to Mez. how much gold are you willing to part with?
Would you prefer? And he would look to the coins, kind of gesturing to them, or a piece of golden jewelry.
The golden jewelry comment gets a slight twinkle in her eye. Depending on what that might look like and the quality of it, I might prefer the jewelry.
He nods, and he goes to undo the clasp that holds his mantle in place, handing it to Ezra. He'd look to Ezra and go, "Please do not lose this. It is very important to me."
He just nods, a little confused, and takes it.
And then from under his shirt, Mez would pull out a golden necklace, the one memento he kept from Mirage.
This sparks quite a bit of interest, seeming that she may know the make of where that kind of comes from. And she nods and gestures towards that pile of stuff, pretty shiny stuff.
He nods, takes it off. He waits for a moment. Because he still has his scimitar at his hip. Would you like me to put it on? I would leave my weapons here. As a sign of good faith going forward for the further transactions. It would look rather beautiful on you.
Sure. She sees no harm in this.
He very obviously gestures to the scimitar, pulls it out, sticks it in the sand, and then makes his way forward.
Okay.
And he puts it on her.
She kind of leans down, considering she is a large creature, for him to be able to put it on, and she kind of like definitely kind of runs her fingers over it, and the barest kind of hint of a little twitch of a smile kind of comes to her face. She nods and gestures off towards the middle of the...
He would just look at her and go, "You are magnificent," and continue on his way to go get the flower.
That kind of regal look that like a lion would kind of stand proud, kind of shifts her form a little, and she kind of sits up a little bit more regal and kind of soaks in the attention at that. She looks then to Ejets and Medi.
After he gets back, he would take the sword, put it back, put the mantle back on.
Okay.
And you two.
Mary, you want to go first?
Sure. Fuck. Sorry.
You're
I
good.
kind of like blanked for like a hot second. Let's see. I can offer 100 gold pieces.
Her eyes
I
kind
don't
of
have
sparkle at
a
that.
whole lot else.
Mary would probably also have coral jewelry that is to Mary. Also, Alec, be careful. Sona's right at the door. She escaped. to Mary's knowledge, kind of coming over to the mainland and seeing, just kind of observing people. She's insightful. There's not a lot of this sort of jewelry anywhere. There wasn't really any of it anywhere besides an Yvonne, and the only person who had that was Tyburn, who was from Kajax. This could be, if explained, if she had wanted to give some sort of coral jewelry away. Very rare, a very rare piece of jewelry that is only made in like one certain area, and that may actually, who knows, kind of sway in her favor. That is something that Mary would know, or would maybe think of.
I mean, if that's the case, she might offer that first, then, and she would explain.
And kind of seeing that it is rather rare, and from a strange, exotic... Huh?
I said strange, exotic fish-like creature.
Yeah. Alex, like a strange, exotic fish-like creature. Kind of having those exotic colors as well. She kind of looks Mary over. Mary doesn't know if it's maybe that she's being looked over as a possible lunch or just kind of being observed for a moment. But she kind of sizes it up. What kind of piece of jewelry are you offering?
Oh, fuck. I think it would be more of like a bracelet of sorts.
Okay, then she would absolutely agree to that, but she would also ask for 30 pieces of gold as well. And the coral bracelet, and then she'll take
absolutely do that.
Okay, so she gestures towards the pile of shinies and pretty jewelry, and then gestures across towards the lily pads with the flowers. And seeing that she is a fish creature, she seems intrigued on if she's going to follow the path that kind of goes down and around here, or if Mary will just literally just swim across.
Oh god. I mean, to be fair. But no, she's gonna follow the path and come back.
Okay. And she looks finally to Ejets.
Oh boy, Jets has nothing of value on her.
Oh no.
So, she's gonna try to play this. Alas, I do not carry trinkets or baubles as such, as I'm sure you're aware since you recognized my species. However, I would deign to ask, since I did bring about these others with valuables for you and sought to avoid any bloodshed, might I take one as commission for bringing you these riches?
Ooh, roll me a persuasion check.
I'm good at those. I got a +7. Please don't screw me, digital dice.
I'll give you advantage on it. Oh my god, I'm glad I did.
Probably a good thing.
Mainly because she is feeling...
That sure didn't help. Shit.
Oh lord.
God, the one skill I'm really good at. Nope. Fucked over.
You jinxed it, is what you did.
Yeah, no, even if I hadn't said anything, always this happens.
Oh god.
Just that
If
2
Mary
and then
sees
a
a
1.
situation doesn't work, she's just gonna be like, if it's alright with the both of you, look into Ejets and then the
Lamia. Yeah. She hasn't introduced herself, but yeah.
Yeah. That I still have quite a bit of gold left. If that will ensure another flower. If that is all right with you.
She kind of looks over the pile of stuff, seeing as she does already kind of have a little bit of gold. Considers it, as she does definitely like the idea of the riches behind everything. And then looks to Ijets. Were you really the one who led everybody down here then?
I'm not the one who knew the area to search here. That would be my compatriot, and she motions to Mez. I'm from the far north and have never been this far south, as I stated.
Ezra would take a small step forward and say, it is due to her that we have all gathered together.
And she did help us get here alive to give you these pretty baubles.
And I did cast Emissary of Peace.
Alright, go ahead and roll me that persuasion check then. I will give you advantage because Lucan is also kind of backing you up on that.
Okay. So both of them +5.
Damn.
Okay, natural 20.
Nice.
Beautiful. Mwah. You don't even need that +5. What the hell?
Maybe not, but damn does it help.
Yeah. As she's so kind
From
of...
1 and a 2 to a 20.
Yeah. From the little bit of kind of puffing up a little that she's done with Mez's, like, oh, you look beautiful, and like she feels magnificent at this point. With the confidence that she kind of airs around her, and Ezra kind of stepping forward, kind of in that moment of confidently, like, hold on, like, but wait, there's more. And stepping up to that little bit to kind of show that extra bit of charisma within that. Her eyes come to Ezra and she kind of like looks him over a little. And she nods and kind of understanding, and then looks to Ijets. I will ask no riches of any of you to provide for her then. Though I do ask, I suppose all of you, if you have heard of any interesting places or ruins that I may possibly find some interesting and new shiny baubles for my own that you've come across in your travels to get here.
Question, considering Ajet's kind of collects stories, have I heard stories of places down here that might?
You're not sure necessarily in the sands.
Okay.
You could possibly... Ow, Sona, that's my knuckle. You could possibly kind of spin a tale of Yvonne, saying about the Ascension and something happening there. Mez has told you that there are really weird things that live underneath sands and structures, so perhaps kind of with a little bit of help from Mez, you might be able to spin some sort of tale, because it does seem like she is down here from the south.
Wait, like she lives down here, or like she's traveled down here?
She lives down here. She said this was her place. Her cove. Kind of what she's making.
Know anything? Where's Alec?
I'm here. I'm waiting for everybody to kind talks amongst themselves, but Mez would speak up if it looks like nobody else is going to.
Jets would ask actually first if it needs to be located locally or if it can be from a distance away.
She is not necessarily willing to go a very far distance, as she stays locally to her area and sends out her
Things.
A better word of servants, but essentially she sends out her servants to do everything for her.
Well, unless a jackal can get a boat fare, I don't have a whole lot for them. Yeah, she just doesn't have anything to say after that question. Then,
How far away is the ruins that Mez found? The scimitar and the mantle.
Probably in the middle of the desert. Almost spot on middle of the desert.
He would ask how far she'd be willing to travel.
She would ask depending on where it is located. She does not wish to go into the more frozen tundra of where Borovar meets Kiravan. She would rather not deal with any of the Borovar refugees or soldiers that are coming across the pass.
And how would you... How...
She is willing to go across the desert, however.
Okay. How he would ask, how would you willing to work a little for more potential riches, or would you wish a quiet place to lay?
By work, what do you mean?
Protect your territory.
I can surely do that.
He would give her a very common ruin explored by the Seekers. One that he knows there aren't any undead.
Okay.
Something he thinks that she could physically handle.
Okay.
Like, if Seekers come down there, she gets a meal and treasure.
True. Mez actually would know that she eats people. At least stories that these kind of creatures will eat people, eat men.
She's a man-eater.
She's a man-eater.
Literally, yeah. Yeah. Mez would give her one that's not, like, super frequented, but frequent enough so where she is able to get the...
He's wine and dining her. He's given her some riches and then the promise of food later on.
He's getting in good graces with something he could potentially use in the future. Yes.
She thinks about this, knowing a little bit about the travel across the sands and having heard, oh my god, and hearing kind of stories of these different runes, but just wanting to see if they were perhaps real to actually go check out instead of just crossing the sands and hoping for the best. So with this, she lightly nods, again kind of like fingers brushing across the necklace, and then gestures towards the flowers, and repeats once again to Ejets, one flower and only one flower.
and she'll go and get just one.
Cool. As Ijets comes back to join the rest of the group, she will come. Oh, or
Um,
What was all of a sudden like, what?
my thing was just really dumb, and it started pulling up a bunch of stuff on my screen. She'll go up and kind of collect her things, slip some of the jewelry on that she can in that moment, and kind of stuff. She has like a little pouch that's almost like a saddlebag around her lion body that has a very large and sharp looking dagger that's kind of tucked within it, that she places the rest of the gold and everything in alongside in a smaller pocket. And then, without turning her back to everybody, she slowly backs up just to keep an eye on everybody. And then meanders her way back over to the big old rock in the center of the thing. And as she kind of like sits back down and lays her lion body and kind of stretches, does that kind of like cat thing where they plop over and almost show their tummy. She then asks the group if there's anything else that they are here for.
I believe that's everything, and thank you again for being willing to speak and trade with us.
I appreciate what you have all brought me. I hope whatever reason you've come for flowers is, I suppose, beneficial to you all.
It was the last thing we needed for a scavenger hunt.
She looks over at Ijets. Ijets has gotten the same look every single time she's like, scavenger hunt. A little confused. This big lion lady is just like,
What the fuck?
sure. Okay. Then she just kind of chalks it up to like scavenging for maybe the shifter's going on a hunt to make like the best meal or something, and perhaps they need these strange flowers to top it off and make it beautiful. Who knows? She doesn't ask. She just kind of like, okay.
Doesn't want the headache of the answer.
Yeah.
Is your name?
As she kind of just nods a little, she pulls some of the gold out from that pouch and kind of lays it in front of her and kind of just like holds it, feels it, moves it around a little bit in her hands.
What is your name, my lady?
She simply responds with Kara.
They said Carl for a second,
Carl.
and I was like, just frozen in like, what? Carl, that kills people.
It was lovely meeting you.
She kind of does that puff up a little bit and like a little flick of her hair. Kind of that proud, vain lioness moment. And she's like, it was a pleasure doing business with you all.
And then Lou will dip out of the cave with their flower and their small haul of whatever stones that they could, the glowy stones that they could pick up without offending her
Roll me
or being noticed.
D6. We'll see how many stones that are intact and not just like weird little pebbles.
2.
2 big crystals, like those big pendulum kind of like quartz, except these are like little glowy, not little, sorry. You got 2 big crystal pendulums that are slightly glowing.
Okay.
One probably that purple that's kind of like right next to you guys, and then one a softer blue.
Mez will let everybody get out of the cove, and he will be the last person.
Okay.
As he looks back to Kara, gives her a nod, or more of like a slight head bow. I hope you enjoy your coming meals, and he places 5 stacks of 10 gold each, 50 gold, 10 gold per person, to not, excuse me, he would have said, for allowing us to leave your territory safely.
She kind of smiles at that. Also, kind of in the middle of everything, of when everybody kind of turned to walk off, and Mez stayed, turned back, and put the gold back down. The jackal, well, at least 2 of them, the one kind of nearest to her over here, slowly shifts to go from a quadrupedal form to a bipedal form, into a jackal-ware, as they kind of stretch out a little bit, looking to Kara. Kind of in a sense of like, we could have had fun, could have had a meal, but kind of understandable as there were 8 of them. And then kind of like freezes as Mez looks back towards them.
Yeah, Mez would make eye contact with the jackal and then look to Kara.
I think your thing's muted.
Sorry, he would look to the jackal where as it stands, a slight smirk on his face, and then look to Kara, offer the 50 gold, and be very aware that the transaction started and stopped as soon as they got the flowers. This is to get them out of her territory without being eaten.
A very slow grin creeps across her face at that, and she nods and wishes them safe travels.
I hope you enjoy snakes. And he just leaves.
As all of you leave, you can hear a like very deep laughter, like a belly laugh of laughter, as she kind of realizes what Mez is saying.
He walks back up, looks to the rest of the group, a small, polite smile on his face. Be best if we leave quickly.
She was pretty nice. I liked her.
She was nice because we were useful. And as soon as she realizes that there's a potential she can get more out of us, her hospitality might quickly change. We need to leave her territory now.
Okay, let's go. Mary, may I ride on Hyvon with you?
Yeah. Of course.
Mez starts leading everybody out. Or was there something that you wanted to say?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
Cool. So you guys have avoided any sort of conflict with 6 possible combatants here, of which maybe they weren't jackals, maybe they were shifters, maybe they are just jackal boys, who knows.
Man, as a shifter, I'd love if I could shift that far.
It's just Ishit's is like, dang it.
I want to be a full wolf.
I think the only one who's actually aware of that is Maz, and I don't think the others saw that.
Nope.
No, none of us saw
Unless
that.
any of you guys left or looked back. Because, like, it was, like, shape-shifted, like, stretched, like, oh. I thought we were in the clear. Shit, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Mez leads them at a slightly faster pace. He knows that there's a
chance that even with the offering of leaving, that she could just say fuck it and
Come after you guys.
come after us anyway.
No, that was very good negotiations on your part. You guys, do you guys travel back up the way you came? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, we will go back to the world map.
That night, wherever they end up resting, Ezra would pull out a piece of paper, write a quick letter, and send it off.
Okay. As he finishes writing it, and it kind of finishes, it folds up into a small little parrot looking like little origami thing and flutters off into the sky. Back up towards where you guys had come from. Back in the direction of Yvonne.
Interesting.
Does anybody notice that at all?
He's not trying to hide it. He's not being sneaky about it. It would just be at night, probably before everyone eats, or after everybody eats, just before bed.
Okay.
So now that we have everything, though, do we just combine them here, or do we wait until we get back to where we started?
I recommend we wait. We can always ask for clarification from the village elder when we get there. She would know best, as she was the one who gave us this to begin with.
How far out are we? Tay.
You would have, at that point, probably would have only been a day off of that cove. So, oh, okay, cool. Just about right here.
Okay.
Oops. At least at that point that you guys have kind of settled down. So you will take another
16 days or
16
so?
days, yeah. 16 days or so to get to that point. Or back to Yvonne, I should say.
Okay.
Just so something that Mary would have noticed, the bit of parchment that Ezra had written something on, looks very similar to the pink parchment that she has. So Mary would know what that is.
Okie dokie. She's probably gonna go over to Ezra and be like, "Oh, so you got some from her too?"
He would look like a deer in the headlights. Yes.
I'm assuming it was after I left.
Yes. We talked quite a bit.
Talked, huh? Lou says, recalling the blush from earlier.
His face is bright red. Yeah.
Mary just kind of like does the fucking, oh god, that one SpongeBob face.
That you
God
do
damn it.
like Krabby Patty's face?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she just kind of like gives. She doesn't really say anything, but just kind of like the "I see you" sort of thing, and like doesn't say anything further. And we'll go back to doing her own business. I see you.
I hated that episode.
It's so weird.
Fucking. God. Basic.
Cool. So you guys head back after. Is there any more chatter on that, or does Mary just kind of like at him?
Oh no, she didn't say anything much after that. She just kind of went back to her own business.
Face.
I hate it.
Oh my fucking god. That face.
I wasn't aware that it was possible for a human being to make that face.
I think that's why they didn't
I
they have
mean-
him play the Grinch, and it's because he could make the face.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean, shit, Tyler can do the Joey Wheeler face. I'm not surprised.
The best
So-
thing about that gif there is when they line it up with the fart noise when he leans forward, so it's just like.
Oh my god.
That's the
Yeah. I don't think Mary would go that far. Jesus Christ.
That is kind of terrifying, honestly.
It was mostly just like the SpongeBob kind of face. It's like, alright, now I can just kind of. I see you. I know better.
Okay. Well, after that, then you guys take your watch and kind of bed down. Kind of, in that sense, of continuously going with mostly everybody on a mount, or the sand skiff to get the hell out of that area. Mez, you feel kind of comforted and knowing like I think we're okay. We've got a pretty big lead. Granted, she is a big line lady, but she may not necessarily stalk us all the way out here, just for more riches or anything in that case. She seemed content with what she had and that little bit of an offering afterward. You guys travel another 2 days up along the river and then kind of cut up through the sand. Just start that little bit of a curve back to the northeast of Yvonne. And let me... But there we go. Do I have the night version? I do. Okay. Let me get this up real quick. Okay, and now... Maybe. There we go. We'll throw you guys into a new map. As you guys are kind of traveling along in that section where sand kind of meets some of the rock, there are some areas where you guys are able to kind of bunk down towards where the not quite necessarily in the open, but you guys can place yourself if you'd like to, but not necessarily in the open, but kind of more into the sand area. There is a kind of nice little area for you guys to kind of settle down between kind of a dune and a very rocky structure that as the sun is kind of setting and Mez kind of knows maybe we shouldn't continue forward in the midst of the night, that you guys kind of notice there's a little structure where you can actually kind of go into a small part of this more sandstone rocky area. It's not very large, but it does hold the capacity to hold people within it if need be. Oh god, I'm clicking on everything now.
Question, have we seen any of those sandmen yet?
No. Not that you're aware.
Or are we dropping tokens again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I should just drag you guys over. I'm so sorry.
Mezwood would say, just so everybody remembers, please do stay in the light of fire.
Oh. I thought I just put Mary down, but she just disappeared.
Now there's 2 mezzes?
Are there 2 mezzes?
That's
Yeah,
really
then why
it.
are there 2
Yeah.
of me? Stinky.
There's a Mary. And here's a Hivon. Do we have dog? Yes. Who we missing? Nobody.
No one?
Okay. I looked at dog, and then for some reason I didn't see Mary, and I'm like, wait, what? And then I zoomed in. I'm like, oh, okay, she right there. Cool. Have you guys continued to kind of do the same watch order, or do you guys kind of just mix it up depending on who takes what?
Jets is perfectly happy taking the first watch each time.
I mean, so is Lucan, provided they don't feel like crap. Really depends on... I think it really depends on who decides they want what watch rotation that day.
Mez seems to be rather okay with taking third, as he usually does.
Ezra took 3rd. Do I take 2nd?
You
I think he
usually
takes
take
Yeah.
second, Mary.
Oh. Okay, I don't remember anymore. Okay, I take 2nd.
Okay. So, are we following that same pattern for this one as well? We have Lucan and Ejets taking first watch?
Yep, unless Lucan wants to sleep in, and Jets can just do one alone as well.
I was gonna say, with the fact that Lucan can also take a 4-hour rest, Lucan could sleep through first watch, half of second, and then be on the second half. Or like essentially, so it's not super complicated. You could do the sleep through the first 2, and then third watch could be fine as well.
I mean, either way.
It's up to Lucan. It's up to you.
Um, I think they're okay staying up first watch for right now. If they start feeling bad, they'll switch to the other one.
Okay.
It'd be good to have 2 pairs of eyes roughly every watch, so
Say
Mary
it
and
could
Ezra
be.
second, and
It could be
Yeah.
Ijat Lou, then Mary, Ezra, and then Mez and Dog.
Yeah,
It's just like 2-2, and then Mez just has Dog, Boaz, and Hyvon the entire time.
Yeah.
Basically.
Mez and the Goodest Boys.
yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like a band.
I think
Oh, okay.
Boaz might hold most of the brain cells out of those 3.
how didn't we measure his intelligence? Yeah, he has intelligence of 2.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
It's
Dog?
Hyvon.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
probably Hyvon, if I'm gonna be honest.
Because Dog, I think, has an intelligence of 4.
Hyvon has an intelligence of 6,
Yeah.
which is
That's enough so
really
Hyvam,
nice.
if he had the ability to speak, could give like one word answers to things.
That's why Mary can understand.
Technically. Yeah.
I mean, Mary can just talk to sea life. She's a Triton.
Yeah.
Well, Hyven will also do the same thing, and she understands him, but they've also been bonded for a very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, Mount and Ryder have become so in tune with each other that she understands Hyvon very easily.
Almost entirely.
Yeah. Certain way that he moves his paw might, his big old Pete might be like, ow, sand burn, mom, and, or something. Like, he doesn't have to say anything.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, with that, then I need both Ijets and Lucan to make me a perception check. Dun, dun, dun. Ijets.
Oof.
I saw that roll to the nat 20 and then roll back over.
Uh,
All right. Well, you guys do have the fire going at the moment, just because Mez has stated you need to stay in the firelight, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Ijets, as you are kind of facing off towards the most of the sandy area off in, this direction, you are able to kind of keep watch on everybody who's facing you, kind of keeping that definite eye out. You have a lot better of a vision than most everybody else in the dark. But it just seems kind of as the rest of your travels. You guys are kind of just in the midst of an area, thankfully, where the wind isn't whipping sand at you guys constantly. Between kind of a dune and that little bit of a rocky structure behind you guys, kind of prevents a lot of that from cascading right in your direction. You guys have kind of found a little bit of an area where there are what possibly could be remains of an old building or something that was created to kind of house a small campsite like this, and these little walls right here. And as she kind of just glances out and keeps track of things and whatever she might be thinking at the moment, she doesn't see anything. Nothing really pops out to her. To Lucan, they're kind of in the same thing, just looking over the fire, possibly off to the sides of them, either side of them where Dog is, and then over to Mez. Again, there's kind of that rocky bit of an area not too far from you guys. It starts about in this area. Here, let me go around. Where those little cave entrances are. So Lucan has a good eye on if anything somehow might kind of come through one end and pop out another. And kind of off to the sides of them, Egypt kind of has their back by looking out and behind. They do hear a very soft scuttling noise. Kind of something similar to like the sound of crab legs kind of scuttling along on like a rocky surface, kind of coming from this direction back here.
Okay. They will keep their crossbow ready, but not go for it,
Okay.
and stay close to the fire.
Okay. As the watch kind of comes and goes, kind of a little bit closer towards where Mary and Ezra would kind of take watch, Lucan kind of hears that noise again. And it happened that once. And then it sounded as if something had either kind of run off with that scuttle or stayed as it were. That sound kind of happens again. And it seems to have kind of moved along into this small little cavernous area within the sandstone that you guys are almost resting up against. And then stops again. There's nothing that Lucan can kind of see. There's nothing directly in this area that it pushes through. And kind of looking over, they can't really see anything over off into this dark area either. But there is some sort of scuttling, which has been kind of a strange sound, considering not much has actually crossed your guys' path along the travel, besides maybe some like small groups of scorpions and things like that, but nothing enough to make that sort of scuttling noise.
Okay. When they wake up Ezra, they will inform him of the noise, and just tell him and Mary to be careful before rolling over and going to sleep.
Ezra would nod, pull out his gun, keep it on his lap, and watch the area that Lucan had mentioned.
Okay. I need both Mary and Ezra to go ahead and roll me perception checks.
Okie dokie.
Oh.
Nice.
Question
Very nice.
with both of you. Are your mounts also awake with you, or are they sleeping to kind of get ready for the travel the next day?
Oh, Az would be asleep.
Okay.
I feel like Hyvon would be awake for like a little bit, like if he feels Mary wake up.
Okay. Essentially, Mary's sleeping, Hyvon was sleeping, Mary wakes up, Hyvon wakes up for a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll perception for him as well.
Okay.
I didn't even think about asking for Dog.
Should I roll for Dog anyway?
I would, just in case.
Okay.
Oh, wait, is Dog keeping watch with...
That's
Mess.
right.
Dog?
Dog?
Dog doesn't need to sleep,
True.
so Dog is up all hours.
Okay, roll for Dog. I'm just imagining Dog is up all hours, that, like, chameleon, like, yes, because of his eyes. Okay. Dog is transfixed on small pebbles that he is picking up and eating, and then dropping out of his chest, his thoracic cavity, and just like, another one, and picks it up.
A good boy.
He's trying.
He's doing his best.
What's he doing? His best. With those rolls, Ezra, you are keeping alert, just because the definition of like a scuttling noise kind of off into the distance seems a little bit unsettling. Gun kind of at the ready and just kind of glancing around every once in a while. You don't see anything out of the norm. You're just kind of taking everything in, and you're kind of used to this as well. Out in the desert, or not out in the desert, sorry, out in Borovar, and kind of camping in that little bit of whatever. The kind of weird noises every once in a while are easy to catch. In this case, you don't really hear anything. To Mary, you also don't really hear anything. It's both of you are kind of taking a little bit of a watch, glancing around, keeping an ear fin out for the things that might happen behind you, where Boaz has kind of rested and nuzzled down into the sand. Hyvon, however, kind of perks up. His big ol' head kind of lifting and kind of sniffing at the air around. And as he's in this spot, he kind of faces over this way. And a very low, rumbling growl comes from him, kind of in that sense of alertness and the unknown on the other side of basically kind of like this area of rocks that he's unsure, and he's kind of doing that growl as a warning, which then will alert both Mary and Ezra and Dog. Dog drops their little rock and looks up.
Mary is gonna look in the general direction that he's looking to try and see if she sees anything.
Ezra, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
She's still gonna stay in the light though, because she's. She is not just gonna go against Mez, who clearly is from here. It's like she's maybe stupid, but not that stupid.
If Ezra looks over that way, can he see anything?
Or
is it too dark?
Both of you give me one more perception check.
Okay.
Just kind of looking in the area of the fire and then quickly looking over into more of a dark area. Let's see.
Nice.
Ooh, Mary. Both of you, actually. Very good roll. Ezra doesn't see it right at first. However, Mary immediately sees a very outlandish looking shadow, a silhouette of the shadowed silhouette of something incredibly lanky. Its legs are very long and end in these strange toothpick thin appendages, basically, of legs, and there's a quick flash of a very horrific face that's partly crystallized like glass, but leather stretches over this kind of glassy look and structure, very taut, kind of creating this nightmarish thing before it very quickly kind of scurries off into what seems to be where the cavern is. Ezra turns about to kind of look to this, and sees those long, almost too long for like a human being or any sort of humanoid, an ending in those very sharp points, very quickly turning. But he does not glance the kind of face that Mary has. Both of you know that it has taken off into this cavern.
Ezra looks to Mary, just like, I don't know what the fuck.
Mary probably looks more terrified than he does right now. Just like, I think as long as we stay here and not try to follow it.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna have to warn the others, though. Warn Mez when he wakes up.
Yeah.
It's his... She just kind of like gives a small shudder and just like continues. But she's kind of quietly pacing, looking out in the areas. She does some of said pacing with her eyes closed, too.
I think Ezra would notice that and, like, give her a strange look and then ask, what does closing your eyes help you?
Sometimes. It helps me get a better feel for what I can't actually see. For the most part.
Ezra still looks confused, but nods and continues
Ezra
to look out.
Eh. Okay. Would they see, like, any more of these things
Kat,
on the rest of their watch, or...?
Kat, you're not really wrong. You... that was probably at the very beginning, after you kind of had taken over watch. Ijit and Lucan had either gone to sleep or tranced, or began to trance. Probably about 20 to 30 minutes after is when you had kind of seen that face slowly lurking up over the stone to peer over where Hyvon is growling, and to see that flash of the face and then the long, spindly appendages. Probably another hour goes by, and you hear the scuttling noise that Lucan had kind of warned about. It sounds just like where it had run off into, kind of in this area. Mary would hear the sound of that over here. However, Ezra would hear something on the other side in the northern part of this little camp.
Just more scuttling.
Mm-hmm.
If he looks over that way, can he see anything?
Give me a perception check one more time. Not at this moment, no. Where you guys are kind of hunkered down, these kind of stone pillars and blocks kind of block a little bit of the vision that would show anything that might be behind it over there.
Without exiting the firelight, Ezra's going to move onto the other side of Lucan, pick up a little stone, cast light on it, and toss it in that direction.
Okay, so a stone off into this direction?
Mm.
I don't have anything to light it up, but Ezra sees very much akin to what he had seen before, those long appendages very quickly scuttling off into this cavern area.
Cool. He's gonna stay there and watch that entrance.
Okay.
No! How can I hide somebody else's message?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. Oh god.
Nope, I hate all of it. I hate all of it.
So does anything else happen on their watch?
Let me see real fast. Oh my gosh, sorry. Ezra has moved up to kind of keep an eye on where he had seen the scuttling up here. There was scuttling as well, just a moment beforehand, that Mary would have heard. Is she keeping her gaze on that section of where that cavern is?
She is keeping it between,
Like right here?
like right here and over here, but more so in the general direction where she first saw the thing.
Okay. Ezra.
Yeah.
I need you
Yeah.
to roll me
Okay.
a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God. Lord. Oh God. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, we did it.
Lord.
Oh, I closed out of it. Dang it. Pull this back up. As very alert, trying to keep your gaze up on that top cavern area. Kind of out of the corner of your eye and kind of your peripheral over here in this direction, all of a sudden there's a strange black sand that kind of is tossed in your direction, or either kind of whipped over there, but the sand doesn't look anything like the color of the sand around you. It's not that kind of beige or dark kind of rocky color or anything earthly. This looks like charred ash kind of, but in a very fine ground sand. Kind of in that last moment, you are able to kind of shift a small amount out of the way. Pocket sand. To see a cloud of that kind of obsidian dust slowly raining down beside you, and you just kind of brush it off. But if you glance over to your right in that direction,
Yeah.
You gonna post it in no mic?
Yes.
Just please post it in no mic.
this is what you see.
No! Fuck that!
It is
Yes. Divine Sun.
Sir.
I look at that image and all I can imagine is, we've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
This is the credit card
This
fraud
is the Wendy's.
Let me double check.
Hi, sir.
Hi,
This is the
sir.
credit card fraud department.
No. That's actually
I'm sorry,
the
this is the
BBK.
Wendy's.
Let's see. Cat.
I need to go.
You do get the sense of undead
Cool.
immediately
How many?
as this thing. How much is it? 60 feet? 2 of them.
Ah.
2 blips.
Beep, beep. He
Uh,
stays within the light, but trains his gun on it and just probably quietly tries to get Mary's attention.
At the same time, Mary, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh fuck. Oh lord.
Oh no. Ezra, as you turn to get
Whoop.
Mary's attention, the same sand that hit you and just kind of brushed off, you've probably trained in strange magics before. You're not exactly sure what that might have been. Ow! Sona! She did ups. She did uppies on me. Come here. Oh, my heart's gonna splolder.
Continue.
Huh? Oh. As you turn to grab Mary's attention, you see her eyes flutter closed and she drops unconscious as this sand, this obsidian sand, rains down on her. And much like the thing that had been settled right over here, there is one peeking very, kind of a little bit over that rocky edge right here. Let me actually put them down. Boop. Boop.
He starts yelling, "Up, up, everybody up!" He nudges his boot out towards Lucan, kicks sand over at Mez, and keeps his gun trained on this one.
Okay, Lucan is now up.
Yeah, Mez fucking shoots up as well.
Jets is up pretty quick as well.
I'm going to cast... May I cast a spell, Tay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Bless and cast it on Mez, Zet, and Lucan.
Okay.
Mez kind of snaps awake and gets his bearings and kind of looks around to see what's going on. Can he put the pieces together?
Yes.
He tells people not to fall asleep or they'll drag you into the night.
And
Good to
tear
know.
away
Somebody
your
grab
flesh.
Mary.
What'd you say, Tay?
They will drag you off into the night and then tear away your flesh, partly to wear it, but partly also to eat you.
Yucky.
Cool.
Okay. Dog
Hey,
is
I hate
going to
Sounds fun.
drag Mary closer that way.
Oh, dog. Dog is a good boy.
Right there.
I'm still gonna be here, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me... Mary got hit by sleepy time sand. Okay. Mez would know that there is a way to wake these people up. If you can basically pull them from whatever kind of sleep effect by shaking them or, unfortunately, hurting them. You have heard some things, however, that if they are not woken up in time, some people have been said to have such tremendous nightmares that it causes them enough pain, or people have died by this.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that's also another way for someone to become the Sandman.
Yes.
Do you want us to roll initiative?
There we
Is
go.
that what's going on?
Yep. I was
Okay.
trying to get the carousel up. Again, it's kind of... Look at all these 10s. Oh my god.
Should I roll for dog or just
Yes.
does
roll-
dog
The
go on
dog
my-
goes after.
Or dog was after Lucan.
Yeah.
Just 10, 10, 10, 5. Let me see.
Man, we averaging hard after being woken up. Jeez!
Let me... Oh! Dog, what the...
Mary needs to roll.
Dog has... Cool, Yike.
Oh.
The Sandman were ready, and the rest of us were just,
Sleeping.
sleeping.
Does Mary need to roll? And Boaz?
She's
Or, no, excuse me, Hyven?
away.
Technically,
She stepped away.
Mary... Oh!
Or would
Oh,
Mary just
sorry.
go on an initiative count 0
She would
at
go
this
on
point?
initiative count 0 until she's woken up. And Hyvon would need to roll, though. Because technically he is separate. So we'll roll for
Got it.
Hyvon.
It's mouse.
I will let her re-roll that if she comes back soon. I might take a...
Am return.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll for
Hyven.
Hyvon.
Have fun.
Yeah, Mary's technically on initiative count 0. And then once we hit to the point where she wakes up, we'll go ahead and have her roll actual initiative.
Okay.
She's like, Father, no. Hi, Soma.
Lord.
What is with... It's just 10, 10, 10, 9, 5. All those very close to
Just
10s.
all of us being woken up at the same time. It's like, oh yeah.
Huh?
We all
What?
snap away. What?
Alright. Sandman.
Fuck. I can't.
What's up?
Where is initiative?
It's on the carousel. If you just tap the little dice next to your character.
Yeah, I had rolled for Hyvon already with the 9, but if you want to re-roll it, because I wasn't sure when you were going to be here,
Yeah,
it should re-roll. If not,
I'm pressing on the little thing.
oh, there we go. Now try it. Damn, Hyvon.
Natural
Jesus.
Okay.
baby.
Hearing
His mama's down.
yeah, his mom's
So-
just to hit the sand, unconscious. He immediately gets up. And what does Hyvon do? Oh wait,
He's leading the charge.
let's see if it'll go back. There we go. Big boy, what did
I mean,
big boy
I'm-
do?
Pretty sure he would take a protective stance.
Around.
Not necessarily over Mary, but like just in the general area.
Okay.
Like,
So, just excuse me, just basically defending.
yeah.
Okay.
And if I'm pretty sure he would see this thing, right?
Yes.
The thing that did the thing.
Yep.
Just like keep his eyes trained on that. Like if it comes any closer, then he'd take a bite out of it.
Okay. So basically, hold action and wait for it to come
Yeah.
forward.
He's gonna scruff
If it
McGruff,
goes-
just like bite out of crime.
Just goes anywhere near Mary or any of the others. Just take a good chunk out of it, hopefully.
Okay. We will go to Sandman, number 1. Mambo number 5. Don't know why that came to mind. I'm so sorry. He, or it, I should say, lets forth a very low moan of just agony. This just kind of terrible, nightmarish noise as it looks to Ezra, realizing that the sand did absolutely nothing to it, or to him, and then looks to Lucan, a dog,
How high are these walls? Just out of curiosity.
probably about like 5 feet at most, 3 to
Okay.
5 feet tall.
Okay.
They just kind of appear to be like knocked over pillars that may have held something up at some point.
Okay.
Sorry. It is going to... Give me 1 second. Where is it at? Where go?
Where do I go?
Okay. It is going to blip out of existence for a moment in front of Ezra. Crawl up and over this wall and attempt to reach out and touch someone. And touching somebody, I mean Mez.
Strength save?
Nope, it's an attack. It does 15 hit. Oh, it didn't.
No, it doesn't. The auto calculation AC is off, remember? With the new update.
Well, it shouldn't. I'm wondering if I just didn't roll it from the right thing. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
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 I just didn't have the right token selected. Okay, so either way, it did not hit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then as it misses, kind of blipping from one area to another, crawling up over the wall to kind of swing at this. Its long, tapered claws of one hand slash forward. Mez kind of seeing, if he was kind of looking in that direction, just see it kind of blip and hearing that noise of its long toothpick-like feet kind of crawling along the wall. I was able to dodge out of the way. It goes for another attack. And misses again. Okay, so both hands, as it's kind of like squatting over this wall, trying to claw at Ezra, both miss. Boaz.
Boaz is going to take a book out of Hyvon's fucking playbook. He's going to back up a bit, growl menacingly, but hold for this one coming any further into the camp.
Okay. Boop. Sandman number 2. Seeing as Mary had dropped, though was dragged over to the side, kind of protected by other people, this one is also going to use that nightmare crawl to blip. Crawl up onto this wall here. Nope.
I hit it.
Hold on. I meant right here, but yeah. Blip, move, and I need Ijets to make a... God damn it.
Actually, move it 5 feet back. When it gets there, I get to hit it first before it can do anything else.
Okay.
Why is that?
Polearm Master came within 10 feet.
Oh, yeah. Is your reaction?
Yep.
Yep.
$20.
It does hit. It wasn't targeted, but I'll
Oh.
get it. It's okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
13 damage.
Yike.
They come at me and she just whip around and go wham!
As it does, or as she does whip around and slam into it with the halberd, it releases that same black dust. I need Ijets to make me a wisdom saving throw.
A D4.
And a d4. She makes it. Don't need to even roll it. Cool. As it realizes that this strange shifter has not been affected by this thing, it comes forward and attempts to strangle her. Oh, hold on. Nope.
Got a target there.
Let's try that again. Alright. It does 8 damage, and I need you to make a DC 14 strength saving throw for me.
A D4?
And a d4.
This one I might need the D4. We'll see.
No, you
No,
don't!
you don't!
Oh!
She just deflects this thing as kind of the quickness of it as it lashes out after the splash of this pocket sand. She gets hit by the claws, but then deftly kind of moves it out of the way as she realizes it's going in to try to grab her and grapple it closer. Boop. Ezra.
Oh. Okay. How do...
Would Hyvon have noticed it going towards Ijets?
He would have heard it right
At all?
behind her, yes. So if you wanted to take your reaction or your turn, you could.
Because it did say whenever, like, it
Into
moved
camp.
closer or, like, towards someone else.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for Hyven, see if he makes a little chomp.
Oh, heck. Got it.
Be sure to target it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure anything about Hyvon is little, though.
No.
Oh, wait. Wouldn't that have been an advantage? Since Ijets is right there.
He's
Yeah.
not flanked.
It's not flanked. So
Oh, but
no.
pack tactics.
Oh, pack
Does
tactics.
he have
Yep.
pack tactics?
So roll again.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna roll another.
Whew.
Dang.
Bang!
Dang. Alright. Go ahead and roll me a crit for damage. And he is knocked prone. Oh, I have to roll for a strength thing, but... Oh, no, I don't. Hold on.
Yeah. You have to be... I think it's... Is it based off a direwolf?
I think so.
I think it's a strength save of 13.
I think so. Let me... Hyvon, where is your boy?
If Mary was awake, she'd be so proud. Her boy doing a heckin' protect.
Boy doing a big chomp. Okay, let me just roll the...
Because all I can see from that fucking nat 20 is him just whipping around as soon as Ejets hits it and just like right for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just into the just.
And basically just fucking knocking it prone.
Nope,
God.
it is knocked prone. It is absolutely just...
This man about to get in a world of hurt.
Yeah, essentially what Cat just did. Just whoop!
You can put little markers on people, can't you?
I think...
Like in Roll20?
Um,
Like condition markers?
yes. Let me see. We'll do that to say that he's down. He prone. Alright. Good boy, Highborn. Did Boaz want to do anything before we go to Ezra?
Oh, Boaz, his reaction wouldn't have been... His held action wouldn't have been triggered, because
Okay.
it didn't technically get within him. So,
Alright. Now it is Ezra's turn.
okay. Ezra's gonna holster his gun, move over to the side of Mez, pull out his maul, and smash.
Slap this thing.
Try and just fucking smash it. Okay. Let me try and do this. I got it
You
targeted.
targeted him?
I targeted it.
Let's take it. Oh god.
Please hit it.
It
Does
hits?
15 hit?
Yep.
Okay, I'm also going to Divine Smite.
Oh no.
Nice.
So
It gets an extra die 8 because it's undead.
yeah, so I need to do situational bonus 1d8.
Yep.
Normal. And then I also need to roll damage for my hit. Normal.
24 points of damage.
God
That's
damn.
disgusting.
Let me also, because the Divine Smite has to do it a little different, we'll do a 14 from that as well. That
Be sure to mark off a spell slot.
I did.
this thing lets out from that kind of low moan of kind of the wind and everything to a horrifying screech, a nightmarish screech of pain and agony and despair, kind of just all wrapped into one thing as Ezra just comes over, smashes his maul into this thing. And what does the Divine Smite look like?
I feel like it's very similar to the heat metal, where the head of the maul sort of glows, but with very bright white radiant light, and almost like too bright to look at, like you're looking at the sun. And then smash.
Alright, cool. So as that comes down and this screeching noise of just despair and agony, that there's a very bright flash of light as Ezra channels that Divine Smite, almost kind of knocking this thing kind of back off of the wall that it's on, though it still stays there. Very nice. Anything else?
No, that is it.
Ejets.
Alright, so thing appeared behind her, she smacked it and Hyben knocked it down. Ejets has a kind of stupid, hungry grin on her face before she lets out a howl into the night, and I'm using shifting.
Hell yeah.
Shifter ability, yep.
Bonus action.
It's a bonus action, yeah.
I had
So that's 11 temporary HP. I gotta fix that for the moment. And then she locks eyes with this guy on the ground and proceeds to thrust her halberd just into him. How do I target him?
You can either...
T.
Yeah, T. Or you can press the little target button off to the left.
Got him. And he's still prone, yes?
Yep. my god.
I think it's 25 hits, right?
Yes.
12 damage.
Ouch. As she lets out the howl and comes down with the halberd into it, it lets out another kind of terrified noise of despair.
Yeah. As she howls, by the way, her face kind of elongates more like a wolf, and she gets like some more fur sprouts out over her visible arms and legs before she slams it down into this man.
Hell yeah. Mez, your turn.
Let's see what we're doing here. I believe at this point Mez would whirl kind of up. I'm imagining kind of like woke up, looked around, saw what was going on, and then he heard something landing behind him and skittering up the wall, and then just like jumped forward a little bit, or like rolled forward, and then rolled to his side. So he pops up and pulls the scimitar off, and that Ankh again runs in along, kind of kicking up sparks, and casts Flame Blade.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And is going to make the first attack.
I forgot that you have gifts on your stuff. I'm like, what is that? Oh, right. Yep, that's hits.
Well,
Wait.
What?
Why is it on
I don't know.
you?
But that... Here.
It's okay. Go ahead and roll again. I know that it hit.
Okay.
So if it doesn't hit, we'll just make it. Go ahead and do the damage.
I have
Why
to
is it
recap.
Still selecting you.
I don't know. I have it selected. I don't have it here. Let me... There. Now let me try... Let me try casting this spell again. No, whatever.
Why is it? If it does damage to you,
Okay.
I'll go ahead and reverse it. I don't know what's going
Okay.
on. Okay,
It doesn't him.
that's fine.
Let me see if I can... I think it's because it's set to self, so I think I'm at target self.
How long does it? 10 minutes, damn.
Yeah, he also bursts into light when it's cast, so it's 5 foot bright, 10 foot bright, 10 foot dim beyond that.
This thing kind of seems to shriek and...
Yeah, Mez is currently casting
He's
a
glowing.
light, glowing right now. So, bonus action, and he's gonna stay within melee right now, so he's good to go.
Okay.
Dog.
Let me make sure that
Dog.
he took the 13. There we go. Doggo. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Dog.
Yep, I switched it. You can, when it's your
Okay.
turn, you can go up to the carousel and tab over.
Oh, I didn't know that. Cool.
Yep.
Well, let's go to Lucan and then I'll go back to Dog.
Okay. Well, Lucan is going to try and wake Mary up.
Okay. How is Cat? How
Oh.
is Lucan going to do this?
Mez would see that Mary's unconscious and say, "Slap her."
Okay. they will smack her then. Or yeah, sure.
Unarmed attack?
Yeah, I would say an
I mean, she's sleeping as long as like her AC is I think like 10, and
Hey.
she's got advantage to hit.
Lucan has the ability to somehow not hit and accidentally smack Dog in the face instead. Who knows?
Ring. My
my hand.
You
Okay,
advantage
so
on the strike.
is it just strength plus?
It would be your, because you're not proficient in unarmed strikes, so
No,
just be
just
your
Your strength.
d20 plus your strength modifier.
Yep.
okay, so just straight d20. This should be fun.
Perfect.
You
That's
got
all
it.
you needed.
You have advantage, but you got it. You slap Mary for 1 point of damage. And wake her up, assumedly.
Yep.
Okay.
Mary, go ahead and roll me initiative.
Okay.
Just so we can get that out of the way. A 4. Oh, cool. You go right after Lucan and Dog. Lucan, do you want to do
I
anything
saw that
else?
20 though.
I know. Do you want to do anything else, Lucan?
Son of a
Well,
bitch.
Was that action or bonus action
Probably
to wake her up?
Probably full action to get over to her, shake her a little, slap her, and get her up.
Okay.
It's like, it doesn't have to be like violent slap, like full cock back on load, but it can
No,
be
just
like
hey,
pat, 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 pat.
Yeah.
Like, wake up, wake up.
Back and forth. Brrr.
Well, I think that might be it for them because they don't have bonus action stuff. Tell Dog to attack.
Okay.
So,
Go to Dog. What Dog do?
well, see, this one's. Why is that one technically closer?
Because you have to get around me, which puts that other one further.
We'll go there. Target that one. Because that's the one I think they can see.
Yeah, probably, because the other one's kind of peeking up over the wall and hunched over...
Peekaboo, motherfucker.
hunched over Mez, but I'm sure Dog immediately kind of noticed, like, oh, there's something next to friends, right next to us.
Yeah. So, it will go over to that one and do that. Maybe.
Ooh, Dog!
Nice!
The good boys being fucking MVPs, goddamn. Get him.
8 damage.
That was kind of sad for a critical, but okay.
It's okay.
Um,
He's still chomp. Or a slash. Peck.
attack.
He extra peck. It's super effective.
Yep.
Okay.
And yeah, that's that.
And now, Maria, what you doing? You got woken up after passing out, falling into the sand unconscious, for just the briefest of moments. A horrid flash of nightmares assaulting you, and then you're woken up to Lucan, like lightly, like get up, get up, get up, get up, like slapping you awake. What do you do?
She's gonna sit up and look around and quickly like get up when she sees like one of the this one over here.
Yeah.
And we'll spend it's still like half her movement just to get up, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think she is going to take out her crossbow. And shoot a bitch, if possible. God damn.
Which one are you shooting at?
This one would kind
the-
of be a little bit hard to see, just because you do have Hyvon kind of towering over Ishet's and Dog.
Yeah.
This one you can
Well, I mean-
see kind of hovering a little bit above both Ezra and
Yeah.
Mez.
I was asking because the one near me is prone, which gives you disadvantage at any ranged attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd recommend just shooting the one that me and
But-
Ezra are engaged with.
Yeah. Because she's gonna see that basically Jets and Hyvon got this one covered for the most part. And we'll shoot at that other one.
Okay, cool. Go for it.
Easier to see.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about trying to like shoot between somebody's legs and
Literally because there's nothing anywhere else that can be shot since he's on the floor.
yeah.
Yeah. And it's just a normal roll, right?
Yep.
Normal.
It does not hit.
Son of a bitch.
So your bolt kind of goes a little wide and pew, just kind of getting up real quick, aiming your crossbow and in a hurry to try and shoot something to help the boys over there. Just unfortunately doesn't land purchase. It doesn't purchase. Doesn't. It
Still
falls
waking
off
up.
the land. Still waking up.
Still waking up. Fucking
Huh? What? Shit.
fuck.
Hyvon, big boy.
He's a good boy. Oh god.
Doesn't he just take
Chomp this
Uh,
man more.
Well, he would take the dodge action, right?
Essentially,
Unless, well, Mary. It just was Mary's turn. Mary could have commanded as a bonus.
Oh yeah.
well, we can go back to that because she didn't use a bonus action. She just used a movement to get up and then shot it.
He just looks over and goes, "Bite him!"
Get him. God damn.
Cool. Well, if she tells him to get him, what does Hyvon do? Does he get him?
Fucking yeah.
Cool.
Fucking get him.
Go ahead and roll that
Fucking get 'em.
advantage. I mean, you already have pack tactics, but roll at advantage and see how he do. I'm gonna laugh if he gets another nat 20. Oh
Yeah,
my
that is.
fucking god!
God damn.
Ivan's just doing work right
He's
now.
pissed. He's like, I know what happened last time when Mom got attacked. I ain't fucking letting it happen again. 7 damage. Alright.
That's stinky, but okay. It's still good.
He's still doing his best.
Still damage.
Dablage.
Alright.
Yeah.
We'll go to Sandman.
He doing his best.
The number of crits in this session.
That's all these nat
Especially from
20s.
Vaughn.
Yeah.
Fuck.
This one over here, the Sandman, kind of very quickly shielding a hand over its eyes and hissing at both of the boys that just have either fire or light going on over here.
Both the light boys.
Light boys. I almost said Mesra. Fuck. Did I accidentally just ship them? I don't
I was
know.
gonna say that ship name though.
I mean, maybe.
Oh my god. Mez, I need you to roll me a. I wonder
Gotcha.
if I can do the thingy.
You might be able to target me with it.
Well, let's try
Is it-
again. Oops, that's not the right one. My bad. No, it's just doing damage. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead and
Okay.
roll me a
Yay!
wisdom
these are my-
save.
These are my good saves, so hopefully I don't roll like duty. Not a Gucci.
Nice.
27.
Hell yeah.
I feel like
Ooh.
that sand just kind of biffs against him and like he's like, I know exactly what you're doing, that I have no time for this. And with that hand that's kind of shielding its face, it comes down to attack Ezra instead.
Mez be like, go fuck. What?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was watching the GIF go off. Oh shit. 11 damage, and then I need you to make me a DC 14 strength saving throw or become grappled as it reaches out.
Strength save from the strength boy.
Oh fuck, he's fine. He's just no. Ezra's
No, they,
absolutely
like-
just no.
So they like tries to strangle him. It's like, and Ezra just slaps his hands out of his way, like, fuck off.
Pretty much. With that 22, it's just like a gnat, just like no. Don't think so. Stop it.
Tries
His
to
spindly
strangle
little
you.
arms are like chopsticks in the hands of a white man.
He's like, he tries to strangle you and just backhand him.
And seeing that both of the light boys have both now just dismissed the sand, it will blip over here instead. A teleport.
You come back, you son bitch.
And with that, we got Boaz.
Boaz.
He goes around, but I counted earlier and it was like 35.
That's Boaz.
Going to target. Going to
This thing's just gonna get fucking stomped on. Get a Boaz.
Attack, advantage. He tried.
He just bust through that area and like slammed his paw down and just kind of barely missed it. But he good boy still. He tried. He tried his best.
Intimidation. I totally meant to do that.
Yeah.
I don't need to do anything else. Everybody else is doing it for me. I just wanted to make it look even better, even cooler. The Sandman, with a paw next to its head thing, uses half of its movement to get up. And seeing that it's now surrounded, is...
I can't take the teleport action because it's in the light, too.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, technically it would have been in the other one would have been in light too because of Mez's flame blade.
Flame blade,
Yep.
yeah.
Cool. This one did not leave then.
Hello, Stinky. Because not only are they in the light of the fire, but they're also in the light of Mrs. Flame blade.
Yeah. Well, the fire might not necessarily be, but the flame blade absolutely hits it. Like, because it might be able to kind of duck and then pew, but it... Mez has ruined it. Mez has ruined it all for this boy. This one down here, however, is going to pocket sand Jets. I need
Again?
He's gonna try.
Yep.
He's gonna try his best.
another wisdom save.
Yeah, I thought there was be some limit for if you pass it. Oh well.
This one, no. Oh,
And D4's not gonna help me with that.
Oof.
unfortunately, no. Ijet's slowly kind of, after she howls and slams a halberd down into this thing, the rest of the fucking good boys over here in this triangle, it's the triangle of good boys,
The good boy crew.
kind of just gank this thing. It just slaps a pocket sand right in Ijet's face, and she slowly kind of just crumples over and passes out. It'll then turn to Hyvon, who has now chomped it twice, and it cannot grapple, but it is going to kind of attempt to claw it. And he does hit the Hyvon for 7 damage. It cannot
No.
really go anywhere, so it's just gonna try and fight for his life there. Alright, Ezra.
Okay. Oh. Excuse me? Okay, there we go. Sorry. We will smash. Okay. Fuck it, we doing another smite.
Oh shit.
Okay, so we're gonna roll that.
Good.
And we're gonna do this. Damage. Situational bonus 1d8.
Nice.
Total of 31 damage?
Damn. I wishes it could have blipped away at this point. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Cool. This thing lets out a hiss as the second Divine Smite comes through, and this blazing light smashes into it again. It is not having a fun time with the light boys over here. And as Ezra has now done this twice, that light has like shorn off pieces of its kind of leathery appendages to leave it kind of even more like stick-like and more thin, more nightmarish.
No.
Ijets unfortunately is unconscious for now. However, if anybody does wake her, or if it does attack her, she will wake up. We'll come back to Ijets in a moment. Mez.
Mm-hmm.
What you doing?
Mez will look to Ezra and from the ankh that he is carrying, that he's holding in his hand, that is emitting this flame-like scimitar, you see as this black, like oil slick goes, like moves across his arm and quickly makes its way over his entire body as he starry forms. And will...
Even more light.
Yeah, it just...
It'd overlap the flame blade, but yeah.
Yeah. He will actually go to dragon form.
Dragon Balls,
Which just means he has advantage on concentration checks, as well as intelligence and wisdom.
Okay.
And will move here.
All right.
That, as you see that oil slick kind of appear across his body, the flame blade just kind of bursts into a blade made of starlight. And he will make sure I
It's interesting to watch your mouse cursor go whee!
Oh, that would be with advantage. So let's do it again.
Also D4.
That definitely hits. Both of them hit.
Nice.
That was 2 off max damage.
Oh shit! I need to roll for concentration.
For blessed.
Oh, for blessed, yeah.
For blessed.
You just have to roll above a 10.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope.
All right, sorry guys, no more blessed.
Go be
That's
blessed.
okay.
How do you want to do this, Mez? You absolutely murdered the piss out of this thing, as it is just surrounded by light all around it.
We'll keep it simple for the time being. Very similar, just to that the gift that's on there. just that beheading and then the like explosion, kind of that trail of like glittering starlight.
Ooh. Alright, alright.
To kind of set the scene a little more, he would move around kind of similar to how Ezra has seen him move before, kind of deftly on his toes, seeming to be trained in some type of swordsmanship. And as this thing is terrified of Ezra, he will move around kind of wide step and just full arc and behead this thing.
Hell yeah. As the light kind of comes through and decapitates this night terror, this thing, motes of it burn away with the light, and it sticks there for just a moment before kind of going slack and crumbling off of the wall into a heap.
Because that was only 10 feet, he would move back to try to keep the other one within the light of his blade and form now.
Alright. Technically Lucan first, not Doggo.
Okay. Lucan maintains the dog attack command and will go wake up Ijets, or try to.
Please don't step in the fire.
No promises. So many. Okay, yeah, that was just a D20, right?
Yeah. Yep. This one hits a little bit
Nice.
harder than Mary, but you slap Ijet's awake.
Wonder why that is.
Oh. Ijet's, for just a moment, whatever your biggest fear might have been, flashes within an instant of a nightmarish kind of barrage, and then you're woken up by Lucan slapping you. And then it's Dog's turn.
Dog
Attack.
will either step on or over Ijets into her space while she's lying down and attack the thing. Since it gets
Oh, yeah, gets advantage. 'Cause of blood.
advantage from there.
I just love this dog just stepping on Ijet's. Just like,
Dog is
excuse
a
me.
massive size steel defender. If Ijets wasn't awake before, she is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Definitely
Yeah.
hits.
I think you got him.
Get him. Okay. Oh, nice.
He did. Dog did almost as much as when it crit on that one roll.
I know, I hate it.
Does Dog move again, or does he just keep stepping on his sheds?
Dog will probably go there.
He
Tried
kinda,
to
like-
make sure Ijets was absolutely awake.
Just like that full on like dog hop on top of you and then hop off. Like, yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm awake.
Perfect. Good boy, Dog. Mary.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Mary is going to This thing is up now, yeah?
Yes.
Ah, no, that's not what I wanted. Fuck.
And also, because Ijets isn't up yet, you can actually see the thing where you were if you wanted to crossbow it. If you wanted to, I don't want to say you have to.
Oh no, I want to. Okay.
There we go.
At advantage because Boaz is right there? Or
Not for range,
Not
no.
ranged, no,
Not for
unfortunately.
range.
true? True. Sorry, I just keep
Well,
forgetting
you
shit.
definitely fucking hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
Fucking
Pissed at the first
Chunk.
one missing. You're like, ah, motherfucker, I'm gonna hit you.
rude ass. Rude ass. For pocket sanding me in the face.
Yeah.
Disrespect.
You come in here to my campground, disrespect me on the day of our rest. How dare you?
I've on him with a sticky hand.
Does Mary want to do anything else? Any other actions? Or any other bonus action or movement?
Fuck. Um. I don't think so, no.
Okay. Hi, Vaughn.
Hyvon's absolutely gonna do the thing again.
Okay, so her
Like-
bonus action would have been to basically tell him to get
Yeah.
it again. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Ugh.
Get him.
Kept hearing echoes on that, so it was like, yeah, 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 boo hoo. It was like, whoa.
I'm gonna laugh if you get another roll. A nat 20. Oh
Yeah,
my
then-
fucking god!
Hi, is just fucking feisty today. Hot damn.
My boy is spicy.
Like, you put mama to sleep, you ain't getting out of here, boy. Oh,
Snake eyes.
Oh,
Big oof.
That's okay though. He doing his best.
he's so eager, he hitting all those weak spots, but then he's like nibbling them.
He's like, God, this thing tastes disgusting. Mom, I try to protect, but this is gross.
I mean, to be fair,
It's an acquired taste.
Boaz, what you doing?
yucky. Get him, Boaz. Get him.
Rick, if you're talking, you're muted.
Nah.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I think a 24 gets him.
God damn. Yeah? Woo!
Boaz hit something!
Yeah.
You almost killed it.
Oh my
Damn,
God.
Boaz. He's pissed. He's like,
Do it again. Do it again.
alright. This thing is very unhappy.
He can't teleport
Good.
nowhere. Get he in the light. He blinded by the light.
Seeing that,
Doesn't quick question?
Hmm?
Doesn't he have to make a another strength save or be knocked prone by Yvonne's
Oh.
bite?
yes, he does.
Oh, yeah.
Stinky.
No, he's got it.
Crit against
Stinky.
crit.
Oh.
Rude ass.
It's got the darkness on it.
I figured I'd give
This
you
time
guys
he managed-
evil dice.
He manages to lank his way to stay up this time.
Yeah.
in this time.
Seeing as Lucan has woken Ijets up, this thing is going to...
Come on, grab me. Try to drag me off. See what happens, buddy.
Didn't roll on my screen.
I saw it roll.
I saw it roll, but it didn't pop up.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, I think I know why. It finally popped up asking me if I
Oh.
wanted to cast shield.
Alright.
So yeah, it must only work on things that are considered monsters.
That's weird.
Alright. And then it's gonna try and do it again. Nope.
No, that's nowhere.
Cool. So it scratches you up for 5 damage. Kind of as its last resort to do anything with. And it's Ezra's turn.
Ezra's gonna flat this thick.
Ezra is going to do his best. He's
You
going
get
to
advantage.
spin, twirl around
All of
dog,
the advantage.
and making sure not to step on the poor boy, and then heft his maul over his head and come down on it. Advantage.
There's...
Yeah, that'll do. Splat.
How do you want to
Same
do
just-
this?
Exactly as I said. He does a beautiful little, very much like a trained soldier coming through, moving around the battlefield, knowing who his allies are and who his enemies are, making sure not to step on dog, and then bringing his maul down between Ijets and dog, and just smashing the fuck out of this thing's head.
Honestly, Ezra could probably ride dog. It would just look something like this. Oh, fucking God. Depending on how big Ezra is.
Like 6'2".
Fucking skates.
I don't... Real quick, by the way, I don't know who first said that he has advantage, but he doesn't have advantage. He would have hit either way, but there's nothing directly across.
He's prone.
Prone.
No, he
He's
passed
prone.
the prone check. I'm
Oh.
prone. The big guy, the other guy missed it.
Well, he's got it.
Yeah, he got it either way, but I was like,
Okay.
somebody said that, and I'm like, wait, that's... What?
I thought that it... Never mind.
That's okay.
I just
There
thought
was-
wrong.
He good either way. He cooked.
Yeah, he's headless for the second time now. Within this party, something kind of dark and sinister has been.
Its head caved
Its
in.
head completely caved in. There's nothing left of this thing. What once could stare so creepily and cause nightmares just by that flash of a face. There's nothing left. It's just like this bony, leathery body that's been bitten away by Hyvon and kind of just ripped to shreds by Boaz and Dog, and finally just the giant puncture holes. There's almost nothing left of this thing that once was essentially a paralysis demon, or undead. Well done. That was kind of scary.
Lucan kind of peers over at it and just very idly says, "It's a pity we didn't need more cursed blood."
There's no blood coming from this thing.
Jet stands up and just halberds it in the middle, looks at it and says, "It's not bleeding."
Neither was one of the other things.
Touche.
Mez will gather the bodies and burn them.
As Mez should.
Yeah.
Did the other one have its head somewhat intact at the end, or were both of their heads just utterly ruined?
Where would Ezra have hit the one that had kind of been up on the wall? Because he was kind of elevated a little bit above you guys. Would it just have been kind of more so like in the chest?
Probably going for its hand first, and then going for its midsection second.
Okay. Then yeah, the first one's head's... Well, no, it's not. The head's not really intact anymore, just because Mez had decapitated it with pure starlight.
Is the head's skeletal structure somewhat okay?
Mez
She
is
wants-
gathering all of the body pieces and burning them.
She wants to find some teeth and just take them.
Yeah, you can do that before Mez burns everything.
Yeah, she gonna grab a few teeth from the one that's head is not completely destroyed.
He's gonna set him like there and just set him on fire. He comes out of this starry form, grabs a bottle of oil, dumps it over, and then just touches the flame blade to the bodies before he dismisses his flame blade. He goes back to sleep.
I love that each time something has happened like this, like Mary's like, "Oh my god, things like smoking. Oh, what help?" And he's just like lights it on fire, goes back to bed. Listen.
I mean, this more than anything else is just general run of the mill for him. It's like Sandmen, shit, not again, whatever. Kill them, and you set their bodies on fire so they don't come back. Do I know if they come back for sure or not? No, not really, but I'd rather be safe than sorry.
That's fair. There are lots of stories about that. So, I would, Cat. But remember, you have advantage. Well, fuck.
Cool.
Double nothing happens.
Nice.
Lucan's feeling pretty good. At least in that kind of sense.
Do you need me to do anything for how many teeth I take from the one of them?
Roll me a d20. You get 7 teeth. They are slightly elongated, and it kind of reminds you of Hyvon's needle teeth.
Ooh, fun.
Meanwhile, Mary's just over with Ibon, like,
Oh,
good boy. I fucking love that movie too, goddamn.
cool. You guys kind of return to your spots that you had kind of settled up in, with a smoldering pile of dead things over here. Go pooping.
Damn it.
And now you all have experienced the things that Mez was talking about on the way down here.
Thanks, I hate it.
Mez would just look at the group and go, "You all did very well. It's good to know that none of you, at least tonight, will be joining them."
I'm sad they weren't more edible.
You won't find many edible things in the desert.
She pouts. Even the skeletons up north were at least chewable.
You're more than welcome to eat them, though. You see, he pulls out the pocketbook. And kind of taps on it. If you do, let me know. I'd like to document that.
She looks at the burning corpses over there and says, "Little too charred at this point. Maybe next time."
Just gives them more flavor.
Lord,
I've
It
tried
might
that with
make
this.
them taste better.
I've tried that. Once it's blackened, it doesn't really taste good no more.
True.
I've a few steaks to attest to that.
No.
If you ever decide to eat the flesh of an undead, just let me know. I'm curious as to how that will play out.
I've eaten plenty of their bones, but not many with skin.
Not saying much, as there wasn't a whole lot of skin on these ones anyway.
Not after at least, especially not the one that Mez and Ezra fought after two divine
Yeah.
smites and fire. Alright. I'm assuming Mez goes to sleep for like another hour, then wakes up and takes third watch.
Yep. If everybody kind of goes back to their business, kind of goes back to sleep, Mez takes third watch.
ew.
Um,
Do you want me to roll up?
roll a perception check for me,
I
just in case.
Is it just me?
And dog, but
Dog, go ahead and roll.
do you want?
Do you want
Boaz.
Dog to
Boaz
help?
would be out.
Oh, and Boaz. Boaz can roll too.
Do you want them to help, or do you want them to roll separately?
That's. Mm,
Actually,
good question. Would they?
Lucan will probably be up about half of third watch too.
That's right. Boaz rolls with advantage.
Yeah.
Because of smell. I'll guidance myself, and then
Is Mary staying up?
yeah,
Okay, then go ahead and roll
you're not.
after the nightmares. I don't
Um,
blame her.
Mary would. If Mary stays up, she doesn't get a full rest.
I am aware.
Okay. That means she'll have a point of exhaustion.
I am aware.
Okay. 22.
Okay.
Just a normal roll.
Yep. Mary's tired. Mary's tired, and she wants to get rid of the things that those Sandmen kind of implanted into her brain with nightmares.
I actually think Mez sees the fact that Mary isn't going back to sleep. He would kind of, or hasn't gone back to sleep. He would ask her if everything's okay.
A circle of hope, a feather of
I just
She
realized
would
that. I'm so
just-
sorry.
You're good? What were we gonna say?
Rhythm, the music that's going on in the background has voices, and I thought you guys were talking. I'm like, what is this?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead, continue.
it's okay. She's just gonna shake her head and just. After all that, I don't really feel like going
I'm gonna
back to
mute
sleep
the-
right now.
Looking for royalty.
Said I need to mute rhythm. I can't focus on two voices at one time.
Yep.
I'm aware of the things that they can show. It's usually bad nightmares, most people's worst memories.
Yeah. It was not pleasant.
I have no doubt. Mary, I know we haven't talked much, and we've been traveling around for a while. If you need to get anything off your mind, off your chest, any secret that you have is safe with me.
Just checking.
Most of the others find me, I would say, strange, and don't often follow up on many answers I give. So I doubt any of them would ask any questions to begin with.
I mean, she kind of gives him a kind of skeptical look before just saying, considering I've been having nightmares before this, I think it would be better for me to not sleep right now, especially after fighting those.
Oh,
I know it's gonna make me tired and just.
I'm not telling you to go to sleep. You're an adult. You can do as you please. I'm not going to dote on you. I'm asking you if there's anything that you feel like might be cathartic to talk about it all. Might help ease the state that you are in at the moment. If
She
don't
kind
get
of
me
just.
wrong,
Sorry.
Don't get me wrong. Others often say that they feel better after talking about things. Though I do not know if this is one of those things.
I don't necessarily feel like talking about it right now, but maybe at some point later.
Well, if that time ever comes, by all means. I'm usually the only one up right now. You are always welcome to regale me with anything that might be on your mind in the wee hours of the morning.
Those late 3
She
a.m.
just.
chats.
She just kind of gives him that polite smile that he usually gives to others and says, I appreciate that.
He just kind of just looks at Mary, kind of takes in the state, the situation, the kind of general circumstances, and doesn't say anything and just nods. And kind of would sit up probably on the rock that's next to him and just keep to himself, watch the sunrise, probably the favorite part of his favorite part of the day.
Okay.
Then go about his routine as everybody starts to wake up.
Okay. Is Mary doing anything in this time frame? Kind of like the end of that conversation, the dawn kind of spilling those rays of light upon the party and everybody waking up.
She will take the time after Mez has turned away to take out one of the little pink sheets of paper from the box and write a little something on it before sending it off.
Okay. Just as before, right? as soon as she's done, it folds up into a small bird. This one kind of actually looking more of like a little finch than like kind of the more parrot-esque one that was sent off before. And it flutters off into the horizon. Shortly.
Other than that, she doesn't do a whole lot.
Okay. Shortly after that, sun kind of comes down on the party to slowly wake everybody else up.
Wake up and keep traveling then?
Lou just waking up looking like this.
Just covered in sand.
Yucky.
Did
So
dog?
I got a bedroll.
I was gonna say, did dog cover them in sand?
Would you put it past dog?
No. No, I wouldn't.
There you go.
Let's see.
When Ezra wakes up, can he tell that Mary hasn't slept?
Yeah, she's awake at this point. Usually she kind of wakes a little bit after everybody. Well, not everybody, but the kind of the early risers. Mez is usually up at this time regardless. Lucan and Ezra are kind of the first three to kind of rise for the day, and Mary's already awake, and is she just kind of like staring off into the distance? Like, what does Mary do kind of when everybody's slowly waking up?
She's just most likely writing in her journal.
Okay. So yes, Ezra can see that
and
she's
doodling.
awake. She's been awake and she's doodling.
Doodling. God damn it.
He
It's so
would
cute.
come over and look down to her with a little furrow in his brow and go, "Did you not sleep?"
No. Couldn't really find the energy to go back to sleep. And even if I could, it would probably just end up being worse. So I stayed awake.
He nods. He has a look of understanding, reaches out, squeezes her shoulder, and gets around for the rest of the day.
Okay, when he goes to do that, she actively, like, flinches away from him just a little bit.
Oh. He looks a little surprised, but puts his hands up and goes, "Sorry."
And she'll just... She takes a moment and looks him over and just relaxes a little bit again and just quietly says, "It's okay. That was my bad." And she'll go and pack up the rest of her stuff.
Kind of watches her for a moment, just trying to understand, but eventually goes and packs up the rest of his stuff as well.
Okay. Lucan, besides rising from the ground like a mummy. The sand just flying off of you. Is there anything extra that you kind of do to get ready for the day, or just kind of like, I have risen.
Prestidigitation.
There you go.
Prestidigitation. Lucan's gonna give Dog a dirty look, and then seeing Mary awake with the early birds, they're gonna offer her some of the remaining berry candy. Not really say anything, but silent companionship. Is my mic off?
No.
Nope.
No, it's on.
Okay.
Is my mic off? Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all. What's up?
Mary looks up at Lucan and just nods and thanks and takes one, but doesn't really say anything other than that.
Okay.
And I guess Jet sleeps up last. And she's just like, oh, everyone else is awake before me for once. That's weird. Rolls up her bedroll.
Ajet's just simplest, like, oh, morning. Okay. Wee, let's go.
She's like usually Mary's up after me, but I guess I was just a little sleepy this morning after, getting punched by the man while on the ground.
The fact that the other dog's just sitting there taking that, like, yep, this is normal. Perfect. So you guys get around for the day, kind of get all your stuff, pack the mounts up. Dog doesn't really need to do anything, but dog seems to have that little, like, gremlin ass little shit look on their face after Lucan just kind of gives a side eye. Probably runs around the camp a little bit, collecting a couple of rocks, and then, like, pukes them out at Lucan's feet. Like, I make it better, but they're just pebbles. There's nothing special about
It
them.
tries to take the string worm off of Mary's shoe.
No.
And it tries to steal the lace off of Mary's shoe as she's trying to get things around ready, like pack up and put her saddlebag things back on Haimon. Just like,
And then gives her that look.
oh, except big derpy dodo ass eyes.
See, the trick is he's giving that look to Mary while also keeping an eye on Lucan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got like in my head, the dog's got like
Chameleon
chameleon
eyes.
eyes. They can go either
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
There's
Gotcha.
one eye that's the Puss in Boots, and then the other eye is that one down below. I love dog so much.
Me too.
Cat, thank you for making your steel defender just this
Fucking
strange fucking amalgamation of a Patoofin and this dopey ass attitude.
And because when you think of most steel defenders, they're like regal, like constructs made by these like incredibly like talented and like sought after artificers, and dog is just the opposite of like this regal like construct. He's the most like
It tries.
derpy motherfucker.
It's the gur to all the sirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be
Oh my God.
right back for a quick bathroom break. And then we'll kick her.
I love Gert. God damn it.
Good show.
Oh
You
It
said,
really
and then we'll
is.
assumedly go back to Yvonne. Okay. During the time that they would be traveling, since Tay is away right now, I'll take the time to do this with you now, Rick. Mez would inquire about the new feather that he has along his necklace.
He...
It looks very similar to the ones that Hyacinth had. Did you gain her favor?
Is Mez saying this like loud enough?
I mean,
Or-
he's not being loud, but he's not being quiet. He's not like projecting it so everybody could hear, but if anybody was around him and they were listening.
Because Mary would just be like, that's one way to put it.
Her favor. Uh-huh.
You could say that. Yeah.
What could you say?
Apparently Azura had gained favor with Hyacinth, and she gave him a token.
Ezra looks like he's trying to figure out what to say in this situation and is just beet red and like opening and closing his mouth and just
like a fish.
You need some water there, Ezra? You look like you're getting some heat stroke.
I would recommend that you do stay hydrated here. It is rather, though it is still the spring, it can get rather hot.
What
Thank
did
you,
I
thank you.
miss?
I appreciate that.
Nice brought up the feather since you were away. Just so there's not just dead silence.
Who brought it up?
Mez brought up the feather.
Oh.
Mez brought it up, and then Ezra was so loud in response that Ajesh was just like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, Ezra did that sort of little number.
Oh.
Because Mez had asked if he had gained favor with Hyacinth, and then Mary was just like, you could say that. I guess.
Well,
Favor.
I can say that she is a powerful ally, and that you should be tactful in how you go about regarding her.
I will keep that in mind.
And if you plan to have any relations with her, by all means. I've heard that Fae are quite good.
No! No! No.
Oh,
I mean, actually...
Was I under the wrong impression?
No!
By all means, congratulations.
Thing?
Oh god.
He would probably give Ezra like a like a standard mirage, like congratulations for like when two people get together, like whatever that is.
Oh, like an expression of like when two people get together, basically. Like like a congratulations, but in whatever fucking Yanchi ass way.
Whatever fucking. Yep. That's essentially that. He just kind of walks over and like gives Ezra like a pat on the shoulder and goes, "Well, congratulations. I hope your the covenant that you two have formed is a strong one."
The bro pat.
I could totally see that being Ezra's face too. Oh god.
I knew
So wait,
I was missing.
Mez used the word covenant there, right?
Yes, you did.
Is that just like turns to the other guy, Ezra, and goes, "Oh, did you get anything out of it?"
Well, I assume Ezra is a smart man. He knows to leverage his abilities correctly.
Whoa, look, I didn't, like, take advantage of her.
By all means, no.
I feel like we all kind of took advantage of her. She kind of did it for free.
I have some thoughts about that, though. It seems that it worked out well for Ezra in the end, regardless.
I feel like it was less free for Ezra than it was for most of the rest of us.
Did she take something from you, Ezra?
Well, probably nothing more than time and energy. Lots of energy.
Well, that's not too bad then. It's better than them taking your soul or something.
I have heard that is possible. You are a lucky man.
Yeah, I've heard some stories where the Fae just suck your soul right out of you.
Only if you displease.
Coming from Lucan.
This entire conversation seems to be what Mary needed. Just like light up just a little bit.
Yeah, but assuming they're having this conversation while they're walking, while they're just kind of going on.
Mary just low key dying.
Yeah, Mez would look to Ishias and go, like I said, Ezra is a strong, cunning, intelligent man. He knew better than to fall into any trap where he might have bitten off more than he could chew.
She just kind of looks at him. Yeah, he is pretty strong.
That's it.
Ezra has taken to just resting his forehead into his hand and just sighing deeply.
Are you sure you don't need some water? It sounds like you're breathing heavily too.
Hi, Wolvers.
Great. I'm good.
Let me ask you, I'm not too familiar with your customs. Is she your singular or a concubine?
I don't. There's no one else.
Oh. Well then.
For Mez, like, the
Blank,
concubine
blank.
thing and the harem is
Yeah.
totally fine. Like,
Yeah, and it's like there's no shame in having a harem as long as all parties are willing.
They had to be rich
And
to have one of
communicative.
those.
I suppose it depends on the culture.
what did you say, Kat?
So long as all parties are willing and
Yeah.
communicative.
Mm-hmm. She was rather ethereal, wasn't she? Is that something that's common amongst the Fae, Lucan?
Yes. Quite.
And to explain your rather good looks.
Oh.
You what?
Mez said what he said. He just looks to Lucan and offers the polite smile.
Lucan seems genuinely confused.
Well, enough of poking fun at our rather strong friend here. I'm glad that you had fun.
Wait, we were poking fun at him?
Oh, it's just.
Oh, of course not.
Jess is gonna try to read intentions
Go for
on
it.
Mez.
Go ahead, make an insight check.
I got a +0. Let's do this.
Oh, shit. What do I gotta roll?
Deception or
Lord-
persuasion?
It's
Depends.
Sarcasm,
yeah,
deception.
it would be a deception, I guess. You would know that Mez is well aware of. He picked it up very early on in the conversation that Ezra had had enjoyed his time a little bit more than intended.
She was just trying to figure out if you were making fun of him, because she totally didn't catch on to that any sooner, because of her very, very low picking up on people things. Realizing that this was making fun of him, she turns to Ezra and is like, "I'm so sorry, I wasn't trying to make fun of you like he was."
Mez wasn't trying necessarily to make fun. He was more very much feigning ignorance of the situation until the very end.
Jess was actually ignorant of the situation.
It's fine.
Oh. Oh no, that face. Baby.
I'm just imagining as you guys are traveling and like Ezra's on Boaz and his head's just like, instead of holding his head in his hands, his head's just like headbutts the top of Boaz's head or like
Just-
mane, and he's like, oh
Just
god.
buries his face in the mane.
Just
Yeah.
sighs, just. Yeah, that one. More that one. Well, yeah, we go back up to Avon. Random encounters, not taken into account at the moment. Oh God. By the way, we're still on the battle map. If you want to move us to the world map.
Depending on if anything happens, no, because I might just throw you all into Yvonne.
All right.
Oh, you guys are so close to getting the fucking door again.
Another door open! Obsessive compulsive door opening. Let's do it.
Please don't.
Oh.
Sees the door. It's like more confetti time.
Rolls in nat 1.
Well, guys, you've completed
His
your
chest
quest
pops
for...
into confetti instead.
Oh, it's just like you guys have completed your thing for Ascension, except now you guys got sucked into another world. Congrats.
No, we're gonna play Shadowrun now. Create new characters based off your existing characters. And your goal is to get home.
That would be interesting. Anyway,
Yeah.
cool. So the first two, nothing really honestly happens. You guys see along the... I guess I'll throw you guys in this one real fast, just in case. Oops. Sorry. So the cove is right here. You guys probably were about in this area when you had the Sandman attack. And then your talking and teasing Ezra as you continue on this way. At the base of this mountain, and you guys kind of curl excuse me, curl around over into the beginning of that borderline of Borovar and Nishakura again. Excuse me, I'm sorry. There's kind of a quietness along with you guys. Mez, only a little bit after you guys have kind of started that one day after getting past Sandmen. Unfortunately, it is too rocky for your sand skiff again, so you do have to
Hoof it.
continue to hoof it or ride with somebody else if you had wanted to. Or change shape. Whatever's easiest for you. You guys kind of trek along. Once you get to that border, however, there's an area where you guys take either a rest or kind of coming in to settle down for the night. And off in the little bit of a distance, there's again, this is kind of like a raised area of grassland and whatnot, but there's something very close to the side of the river that's kind of raised up, and it looks like this kind of pedestal of stone, but it's carved in a very elaborate way. That is very strange for this particular area. It not necessarily like the door that crashed down in a meteor and was very strange to the party and intriguing to Ijaz. This is just kind of like a raised area that may have had some sort of stonework, around the river, or not the river, the lake that had been left. And for some reason, you guys, when you had passed by this, there just wasn't anything that had kind of called out to you, or something that had been seen on the side. Where did I put it? Where did it go? Yep. Okay. There is something about this that kind of grabs both Mez and Lucan. Let me actually read that, because that might be relevant right now. Cool. That's kind of weird, Alec, that you sent that right as I was talking about this. Because there's a small, so it's a raised kind of pedestal of stone that looked as though it probably belonged here in some long time past. Mez knows that these things kind of just litter the area down in the south in the sands. And there are ruins about the world of Orollin as well. It's not just that you guys are out in the middle of kind of open grass. But let me see.
Where are we at currently on the map?
Right about here.
Gotcha.
Yep. Just about ready to cross over. And what? I just want to check something of what. Can I have both of you roll, Lucan and Mez, roll a history check with advantage for me as you guys pass this thing.
Wow.
Oof.
Mez got double Lukens. Um, Lucan, you don't really see it at first, besides kind of just the stone piece, just this pedestal kind of along the area where you guys are kind of traveling and soon coming to bed down and make camp. Mez, there is a very, very familiar marking on this pedestal that is painted a sky blue, and it's a part of it has kind of a carved or etched symbol that kind of looks like a gust of wind. If Mez does point this out at all, Lucan also understands what this possibly is, but only if Mez does point it out.
As would actually make his way over to it. How far up is the symbol? How far up is that symbol? Like,
So, like, if on that pedestal, like a little raised little section, there's like a little kind of curved area, that symbol is right in that little dip.
okay.
Of the
Could he go
top
up and
of it.
place his hand on it? Okay, he'll go up and place his hand on it and then say what I said to you. Essentially, that's
Is
what we
he
found.
Oh, are you splitting off from the party to go look at this thing, or?
How far away is it?
It's not too far from camp. If you guys are kind of still skirting along that little bit of a section of the lake right there, it's maybe at most 100 or so feet out from the camp.
Yeah, he'd make his way over.
Okay, Lucan will follow.
And he, probably not realizing that Lucan's following him, he'd make his way over quickly and kind of investigate or kind of inspect this thing, recognize the symbol, place his hand on it, and go, I've kind of giving out this small, quiet statement to the void. Would be, we found all that we're looking for. We're going back to the way that you had directed me. I intend to find what was, why I was sent there in the first place. He just kind of looks to the sky. And then would pull up the larger of the two journals and start writing some things down.
Okay. Lucan, you are able, just kind of following after to hear that statement that Mez had given. Kind of necessarily to who? Not sure at first. Though...
Who are you talking to?
He would kind of look, or probably you might actually see Maz jump a little bit.
An accomplishment.
Kind of roll around a little, kind of quickly, and the look that Mez has on his face for the briefest of moments is not that small, polite, like very like retail nice softness that he normally has. His expression is one of focus, and his kind of eyebrows are creased together, and he looks, I don't want to say angry, but maybe determined. And as he sees you, that face fades very quickly, and the what Lucan would probably see, as Lucan has kind of seen this a few times now, the facade comes back.
Mm-hmm.
To who? What do you mean?
Your prayer.
I hardly would call it a prayer. And you said before that you were well aware. We both know. I do thank you for keeping that to yourself.
It's not mine to share.
I know it.
Though I would be interested in hearing more, if you have a mind to tell.
There's not really much more to tell, though if you have any questions, I'd be willing to answer to the best that I can.
Lucan probably has questions. I am smooth brain.
That's okay. You can
Let
ask them like in side chat as well.
let
Okay.
Mezzle throw you a bone here for a second. Why? Better question. Why does this interest you? You see his eyes kind of narrow a little bit for a second as he is looking Lucan up and down.
That is a good question. Your power looks after travelers, yes?
My power?
Your deity.
I think he'd laugh, chuckle a little bit and goes, I worship gnome. Gods, and you air quotes.
Lucan looks expressively at the shrine or dais or whatever.
You're muted, Rick.
Rick, you're muted.
All I hear from the other room is "fuck my cock, god damn it!"
So how far away is this conversation happening?
It's about
From the
100
rest
feet
of
or
the
so
group.
away from the camp.
I would say they're probably at that point that Ezra could probably see them talking but not hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it. If I can't hear what's happening, I don't have anything to say.
I would hardly say that I worship any god, and whether you see that as a prayer or not, both of us are serving our parts. Him for me and me for him. Them. Why doesn't interest you? Do you pray to them?
No. But I have wanted to learn more about them.
There's not much more that I would be able to give you, as I'm not particularly sure about things myself. You see the polite facade kind of be cast off once again, and Mez kind of shifts his weight a little bit from one leg to the other, and the ever so slight the hands behind back walking like he normally would shifts. His demeanor shifts completely. Lucan, I will level with you. I do not know the information that you seek. Unfortunately, trust me, I have many questions myself. The abilities that I have, the things that I can do are all still very new to me as well. Though I can tell you that, and I do mean this with the utmost respect, and I'm saying this because I do like you. You would see the pupils of his eyes very much would rest finally, taking on the slitted appearance. I am here to serve a purpose. Not some grand life gesture, but to do something specific. And I intend to get that done, regardless of who or what will get in my way. I aim to be useful and to grow with whatever I was gifted, air quotes. If you wish to follow along with me and potentially learn more, I would give you the information to stay quiet about it. But do not be one of those people who get in my way.
I wasn't planning on it. Thank you for sharing what you have with me.
One moment. Was that statement truthful or not?
It was truthful.
Okay. Mez kind of narrows his eyes, looking Lucan up and down for a moment, and nods to himself, and that polite demeanor comes back once again. Mez taking on the facade that he carries around with him. Then I shall share what I know with you. It may not be much, but it's something. I was reached out to by Aetheris after finding, and he pulls from his neck a small little petrified, what looks like twig, that's wrapped in a leather cord. After finding this, I aim...
As he does pull that out, Lucan, that soft little wind that every once in a while when you guys are traveling for a long period of time, there seems to be kind of a wind always at Mez's back, or always at his feet, kind of ushering him in the way of wherever he may be going. That wind kind of comes down around the both of you and kind of whips around a little bit. And that symbol that is carved into that dais glows a very soft blue like it is painted. The wind kind of twirls around you two once more, kind of lifting that piece of petrified wood and then completely disperses. That's normal. Go ahead.
I aim to find more. There's one in Avon, and I will find it. And you will help me.
Okay.
Fantastic. Maybe once we collect more of these, I might be able to share more knowledge to you as more knowledge is given to me.
I look forward to our travels then.
I look forward to calling you friend one day as well. And he kind of pats Lucan on the shoulder and gives one last look to the pedestal and kind of where they are. And just steps down from this little raised platform. Best not keep the rest waiting.
They nod. They're going to take the time to mark the location of the pedestal on their map.
for a potential later visit, and then rejoin the party.
Okay. For anybody who had been watching Mez and Lucan, I know that Ezra was not necessarily able to hear what they were talking about, and especially if Mez had kind of quieted down after a little bit to kind of speak of that information.
Definitely.
But that sudden wind, where there was no wind over in the camp 100 feet away, kind of very quickly whipped around these two, kind of lit something on that little raised dais, and then kind of dispersed. And then the two come back.
Mez has tucked that branch back underneath his clothing and mantle. Well, we're stopped for lunch, right? Or is this bedding down
You
for the
guys are
night?
probably actually bedding down for the night, so that
Okay.
glow is a little bit easier to see kind of in the as the sun is starting to set, and you guys are kind of making camp, maybe getting dinner ready or fire, etc.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're not too far out of Avon now. Let's, as they say, on the home stretch, I believe. Right. He looks to everybody who just stands there in silence, and
Oh, he came back to the group to say that?
yeah.
Okay, sorry. Jess is probably busy with food in her mouth. Would nod at the home stretch comment.
Lucan has other things on their mind and is distracted.
Mez seems unbothered. More of the same, if you will.
Mary kind of looks at both of them curiously and then back in the way of the pedestal, but she won't, like, really say anything about it.
I feel like this
Hold
bridge
if anyone
needs a
hasn't eaten
door
yet.
icon.
What'd you say, Kat?
I feel like that bridge up there needs a door icon.
The door's gone, though.
True.
To be am I muted?
Yeah.
To be fair, I tried to find a door and I couldn't, so I just put a ladder there because it's like, that's the closest thing to a bridge, and I don't have a bridge.
Fair enough.
In that case, Maz would go through his evening routine and then take his rest. And wake up for third watch.
Lucan will probably take an early sleep and then wake up for second or third watch tonight.
Alright. That sounds like that's what we do then.
Yep.
If they wake up for second, they are awake for second, Ezra would approach during watch and ask what that whole pedestal thing was about.
Approaching Lucan?
Mm-hmm.
They inform him that they're not quite sure yet. And that's all they say.
Well, I kind of thought talking to you over talking to Mez would get me more answers, but fair enough.
Mezra is more than welcome to ask Mez when he wakes him up for third watch.
No! Every time he fucking tries to ask Mez anything, he gets bullshit.
He tried.
I'm tired of it.
Well, no, Mez straight up answered his question last time. It's like, what's up with the snake thing? Oh, I talked to him. What? Okay.
No. He doesn't get answers from Mez. He just gets confusing shit.
Well, they're
Blunt
answers.
and to the point.
It's very blunt to the point. He gets an answer for the question that he asked.
Is Mezar just cryptid or cryptic? Like,
Also doesn't see a point in talking to Mez about it.
Ezra has heard Lucan's responses. Why did he think that Lucan would be any better?
Come on, just ask Mez.
the worst
Oh.
two ever to team up
Come
and need any
on.
questions answered.
Trick is just don't have people ask you questions, then you never have to answer.
If no question, no answer. Easy as
Come
that.
on. Come ask. Come on.
Hey, fine.
Okay.
Ezra corners Mez.
Yeah, when he wakes him
Straight
up.
up
He sits on his
stands
chest.
over his sleeping body. Nudges
In
him with
his-
his boot.
In his tent. Yeah, what's up?
We need
Mez.
to talk.
By
He
all
has
means.
he's gone full business mode.
By all means.
So, what are you?
What do you mean?
You're not human.
I never claimed to be.
Okay, so what are you?
Yanti. What are you?
I'm human.
Are you?
Ezra looks very confused.
I'm a furry.
Thanks, physics.
We did new physics.
What makes you think that I'm anything other than human?
Oh, I was just asking because you were asking me. Continue.
Insight check.
Vibe check this bitch.
Yeah.
Bad vibes! Bad vibes!
Got 10.
Mez seems to be completely like, I no. The reason I was asking you is because you were asking me.
Okay.
That's not the only question that you had.
No. What's with the wind? It just comes about you sometimes. Is this a druid thing? I don't.
Yes and no.
Okay, what does that
I'm-
mean?
Not sure about the druid. Still not even familiar with that term, in all honesty. And the wind is the boon of a higher power, if you will. An entity with great power would probably be what Mez would say.
Like. A strong wizard? A fiend?
They claim to be a god, though the gods are dead. I'm still not sure. I'm thinking a powerful elemental.
You're telling me that you
Yes.
have a boon from something that is claiming to be a god.
Most powerful things claim to be a god.
Un-
Any one of us could claim to be a god to the common folk, and some of them might believe it. Just because something claims to be a god does not mean that it is.
Alright.
And I
recommend that anything that tells you that they are a god, you distrust them. Though I was given a boon, which means they are powerful. So I would not call them a liar to their face. That could cause a whole other host of problems. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I have a lot. But you know what?
Well, by all means, Ezra, I'm an open book. Ask them when they come. I seem to be not the only person in this party that is touched by a higher power, and I'm not talking about Hyacinth. And he kind of looks pointedly at Ezra, and then he kind of goes through casually gathering his things as to get ready to take third watch. If you have no other questions, then I suppose that is the end of this for the time being. You're welcome to sleep in my tent if you wish, as you are already in here, though. Just don't go through any of my things. It'd be rather rude.
Ezra's just caught somewhere between furious and stunned and just exits the tent.
He would say this before Ezra leaves.
Okay.
Whatever the entity is, it calls itself a Theris, if that means anything to you.
No, but I will ask my god if it means anything to her.
By all means, ask whoever you wish. I don't know if any alive know the answers to questions like that.
He just nods. Walks out.
Yep. Maz would take a watch.
Ezra is now Mez's paralysis demon.
I feel like he was kicked awake and then just an eye opens up and then the other one opens up and he goes, yes.
So does morning come next then?
Assumedly so. Unless everybody dies or there's perpetual darkness.
Or Ezra decides to root through your stuff.
Then morning will come for one less of us.
Yep, morning thankfully arrives and everybody gets their belongings together. Stop it.
And heads to Yvonne.
To Yvonne! Da, 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 da. But
Oh god. How many we talking?
butts?
Yeah.
Oh my god. 8 of them.
So many butts.
What?
As
8 butts? What?
as you guys turn to about this hex right here as you're traveling, Lucan, you realize that it is the 23rd of Marquette. This is Dog's creation day.
They
Puppy!
pat dog on the head, scratch it under the beak, and say, "Happy birthday, dog." And it gives that dog noise that it does. And the day continues on.
I think Maz would look at Dog a little confused and think about how this thing might have been birthed. And not like any of the things that are coming into his mind and just not say anything. There's a puzzled look on his face for about a quarter of the day.
And there is no clarification coming from Lucan.
No, he doesn't ask any questions. He just kind of accepts it and then thinks about how the
How?
multitude of situations where that is extremely uncomfortable, no matter how it's split, and just kind of resides in the fact that that is what it is.
Did Lucan say that loud enough for everyone to hear, by the way, the happy birthday to dog?
Yep.
And Jets is gonna, like, ears perk up. Wait, it's Dog's birthday?
Yep.
I've learned a couple of these customs in my travels. And she just starts clapping and says, "Congratulations, happy birthday!"
Dog makes the noise, kind of nibbles Ejets's shoelace for a second, and continues on. Makes the rounds to the people paying attention to it.
It's like when you clap in front of a dog and it gets so excited, like, I don't know what you're clapping for, but I'm getting attention, yay! And then continue on.
As Dog continues on, she turns to Lucan and says, "If I had I would have made a cake if I could make a cake. That's what they did in one of the places I was at. They made cakes for them."
It's the thought that counts.
At the mention of celebration of one's birthday, Mez just looked confused.
To be fair, where Jets is from, they don't celebrate it either. That's why she's like, "I've learned some of this in my travels," because they're just like, "Hey, you survived another winter. Good job."
There are other important days in Mez's life. His birth is not considered one of them.
Meanwhile, Mary's over here giving Dog love.
Ejet's just pulling a Captain America.
What?
I understood that reference.
I didn't hear that reference.
Captain America.
Oh.
What is the height of summer? What's like considered midsummer?
Well then, as it seems like there's no other pomp or circumstance around the event, do we carry on?
Yep. I imagine this is
Thurston
happening just as everybody's walking.
I'll have to find a
just-
precise date,
Yeah.
but
That day is the day that I think that would have been the induction into being the Seeker from us, which is a day that is important to him.
okay. Keep that in mind, and I will look at it after we're done.
Cool.
Sorry, I was answering something real fast. Onward. So 2 days, about 2.5 to 3 days after Dog's birthday, you guys make it back to Yvonne.
Sorry.
I'm marking the day for you, so the calendar will be up to date if you guys ever double check it, and I'll add the other. Did it save? There it is, and I'll add the other moon here in a little bit. Whoops. Okay, I was the just weird crow noises. I thought Dog might have been making weird mechanical fart noises again.
Megan called
Oh, always.
Dog.
Dog is cute. I love Dog.
Yeehaw!
I think Dog is also older than everybody else in the party, except for Lucan.
Yeah?
Pretty much.
As you guys make your way back into Yvonne, you cross through the fields down to the south, cross over the kind of rickety bridges that you guys had once kind of crossed over. Well, minus Lucan. Lucan came in from the northeast entrance. And you see, as you come in at this southern entrance down here, there are a couple more people over at the southern camp. Not a whole lot, but there are a couple. There is that group of the 3 that had lost their 2 members out while searching for cursed blood. There's another group there's only a couple of them there, but a very familiar tiefling, Tyburn, is kind of back at his area in the camp as well. A little more scarred than when they had all left, or when you had all left. A lot of the people kind of look a little bit more worn and beat up, and that this has been a kind of a trial in multiple ways, not just like a set of trials. But you do, as you all kind of enter into the small settlement and kind of glance over to see that there seems to be a little bit more of a rushed and hurried hustle and bustle up towards the tavern and kind of small plaza area that has become the general like center of this village. Much like the kind of getting ready for the feast when you guys had first gotten here, it's almost kind of that energy again. People are trying to quickly kind of move things around. There seems to be a section of like tables and platters and things that are being kind of moved around, but nothing that has actually been made as a feast just yet. Where do you guys go?
To check what's with all the commotion and see if I'm gonna see if I can find the elder. Anybody else want to go look for the elder?
Lucan's gonna go look for the elder, though they're also going to keep an eye out for any other familiar faces in the crowd.
Okay.
Mez would keep an eye out for the elder as well, probably following along.
Okay. What about Ezra and Mary?
I was just gonna go along, looking for the elder.
Gotcha.
Mary will follow behind.
Okay.
Just
There are 2 of my token and I cannot delete or move them.
The internet has crapped out over here again.
That's okay. You guys don't necessarily need to have a token out if you don't want to. But as you guys go ahead and kind of come up to the plaza and enter kind of that threshold area, there are a couple of the residents that had kind of helped you guys out in the beginning when you had first gotten here. Not necessarily as like out and following around and helping you in that sense, but people who have kind of a familiar face of like, oh, I saw you during the feast, etc. Kind of realize after a moment of like, oh, you've all returned, and they're rather happy about this. They're kind of beaming. Once again, this town seems to be pretty chipper for this kind of festival and rite that's happening. The only one who didn't really seemed to be the bartender. He just didn't seem to want to put up with anybody's shit.
Understandable, though.
I'm gonna ask one of those
go ahead.
Just regular villagers, what's with all the commotion going on?
One of them answers that a couple of the group members have actually gone through and completed the 3 separate things to bring back and complete the rite. And they are starting to get things ready for those who are going to partake in the ascension. And then they kind of... Oh, go ahead.
What a coincidence! We got all this stuff as well.
The one that you're talking to lights up, and they quickly turn around and just kind of like yell back to Ishitz just to hold on just a moment. More so to the group, but kind of aimed towards Ishitz. And runs off into the tavern. kind of like a beaming, like a happy aura, even further kind of coming from them. And a couple of the others, kind of overhearing this, kind of flock over to you guys and start bombarding you with questions like, how did you go do this? Where did you find these? Like, how was the travel? And blah, blah, blah. And just kind of going through all of these questions and asking all of you.
Jets is more than happy to start spinning them a tail using minor illusion to create, like, visual effects again.
Okay. They are enraptured in the tale of everything going on. The battle between the Ivy skeletons and the oh my gosh, it just kind of went out of my brain. Then a Chakran, Fleshwalker, and Medicine Man. They'd never seen such a thing before. And then down with the Lamia and the jackals and everything that are kind of going about. They're just kind of stuck there, staring, wide-eyed, and like jaw slowly kind of slack and watching this.
She plays up the encounters, but also kind of leaves finding the witch in the swamp a little more vague, and like just describes it as finding a potion maker hidden in the swamp.
Okay.
Doesn't want to A, spook them too much, or B, have anyone go out, looking to bother this person.
True. She'd probably appreciate that. They're going along with it. It doesn't seem like they honestly really mind too much. They just really enjoyed not only getting a tale kind of told of your guys' deeds and going out, but also being able to see this, like, kind of in action as you guys do everything. And there's kind of like the oohs and ahs moments of like the big, like, thunderous crashes of Ezra's smites, and then Hyvon chomping down on people and throwing them around and knocking them prone, and kind of just the very I don't necessarily want to say like exaggerated movements, but just how you kind of puff up the tail a little bit. They're all very intrigued and watching this. Probably about 5 or so minutes later, the person who had run off at first returns with the elder. And she very politely kind of waits and watches as Ijets spins his tail in front of the people.
Does anyone else in the party want to address the elder while Ijets is keeping the masses entertained?
Lucan will go up and talk to her.
Mez would kind of focus on the elder as she comes up.
She nods politely to both Lucan and Mez, and just kind of gives a very soft smile, or that kind of older, grandmotherly smile, and states, "I've heard that your group has also come back quite successful in getting the ingredients for the Rite of Ascension."
We have?
Her smile kind of grows a little bit more, and that kind of warmth of like pride kind of comes over her. She smiles and offers up to you all to join into the feast. She goes on about 3 other parties having come back within the past week or so, having completed everything, and basically getting everybody together to kind of go through and drink the the brew or whatever it was made into for everybody. It's a little bit different, it seems. Kind of as a one massive celebration for everybody to hit that point of ascension. If the group would be willing to stay for at least another day or two in order to get everything kind of all ready for everyone.
Well, I don't think Lucan would have too much of a problem doing that. They are curious.
Same with Mary.
Mez is invested.
Just fine with that.
Jet's gonna make a little aside from her story real quick and ask the elder, do we add the flowers from the freezing coast to it now, or do we wait until we're about to drink it?
She answers, just before you drink it, you will lightly grind the leaves of the flowers that you have of the catalyst, and then add them into whatever you were able to brew together.
Well, Mez, looks like you were right.
I often am.
Who just gives a very exasperated look over to Mez and sighs.
That's in her continuing story to the masses, now refers to Mez as Mez the Humble whenever she mentions him for a bit.
Mez just gives a polite smile.
Lucan, as you were kind of looking around, for particularly people who were a little bit more familiar, just besides Tyburn, you see two halflings over in the northern camp.
Yay! Once dealing with the elder is over, Lucan will make a beeline over to them and say hello.
Okay. The elder basically kind of goes through a little bit of what the feast is going to partake in, what you guys are going to enjoy, and like what's going to be here. It's going to be a kind of, again, like how there were so many cultures kind of brought together in this food and celebration, so they have to make sure that they have everything available and whatnot to cook, and they're bringing out like all of their alcohol reserves to just kind of have a day of like a party, essentially, before Ascension. And as she kind of goes through that and ends it, she lightly nods her head as like a bow almost, and then is escorted back into the tavern if nobody else really has any questions. If she's talked to a little bit more, she will stay. But as Lucan beelines it over to that northern camp. Oh, go ahead.
If you don't mind. At the mention of turning the two things together and ingesting this, Mez would try to see if he can clock anything on her, expression-wise, because Hyacinth mentioned that this is dangerous and powerful.
Go ahead and roll me insight.
Come on, don't fail me now. 19.
This sounds true. Whatever Hyacinth had said, Hyacinth had very big opinions on this, and she seemed incredibly worried about everything. Especially even while you guys were there, that one moment of having spilled the brew on her, or the blood having splattered out and onto herself. Mez, knowing that she's a rather accomplished herbalist and kind of in a sense some alchemy, but more so medicine and nature-based things, that it was a little tough for her even to kind of deal with that little bit of blood. However, it wasn't necessarily the brew that was spilled on her. So, maybe perhaps with everything kind of cooked together and blended all together, or refined it into something that is actually able to be taken. And the elder's face doesn't seem to change at all. She has that grandmotherly smile. Nothing on her or of her body language or anything says otherwise. And she had stated at the very beginning of this journey that she had seen this out a couple of times already for people to reach Ascension.
Mm-hmm. Mez would just not really say anything, just keep to himself. Though, I think he would maybe talk to a few people in the group once the things die down.
Okay. There are still people listening to Ajitz tell the story. They are not moving. They're enraptured with her.
Mez would just ask the group before Lucan takes off where they will be setting up camp for tonight.
Northern camp.
He nods and starts making his way over there. I'm assuming...
And Mary will.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming that Lucan beelines it to the twins.
Yep.
As Lucan beelines it over towards them, Sig is kind of just minding his own business, kind of fiddling.
Dog probably gets there first.
If not, Sig's kind of minding his own business, but Kimber immediately perks up as she kind of is looking in that direction anyway, and she full on barrels through the area, not caring if she knocks anybody else over, and flings herself at Dog to kind of like tackle and roll with them a little bit.
Yes, good.
Probably ending up right in front of Lucan, kind of in a tangled dog halfling mess. And she just shouts out excitedly, just, Dog! And then, as she's looking up, kind of like upside down and backward at Lucan, she just, Lucan! And just lifts Dog up with that expression.
Oh god. Dog's like 200 pounds.
He's also a barbarian. Rage.
I was
Rage
gonna
lift.
say, and happy rage.
Well, Lucan's gonna offer a hug.
She kind of rolls on over and around Dog, and then very quickly comes up and gives Lucan a hug. And with that kind of noise, Sig will look up and kind of a bright smile very quickly comes across his face, and he sets his things down and quickly, and a lot less boisterous and noisy than his sister, runs over to join the small celebration of reuniting. When he sees Mary follow along, he kind of averts his gaze a little bit. With that kind of a shyness to it, but not necessarily like blushing how it was before. Mez, you also see this halfling tumble over Dog, lift it up, an exclamation of excitement of both Dog and Lucan, and then give Lucan a hug.
Mez would clock that and actually pull Ezra to the side and
have a side conversation, kind of amongst themselves. Mez would make sure that there's no one else around. But we could skip that if you want to have Lucan and the twins and Mary all catch up.
Kimber's just super excited. I'm gonna take the silence as sure. Kimber's super excited. She's kind of clinging to Lucan for a good long moment. Looks over to Mary and just kind of yells out a noise, just of excitement, and like kind of hops on over and gives Mary a big ol' hug. Did she take Hyvon up with her, or did she put Hyvon in the corral?
Hyvon is with her still.
Okay. She'll hop up and hug the leg of Hyvon as well, and kind of like give him a good pat on his nose, and
Oh, cute.
then kind of like dash back out in front of everybody, and kind of next to Sig. Quite happy to see that you guys are all alive still, and asks how everybody's journey had been. And she rapid fire questions off of like, where'd you guys go? Like, you were gone for quite a while. I mean, we were gone too for a while, so I guess that kind of like adds up a little bit. But like, where'd you go for this and whatever, and kind of just throwing word vomiting all over the place until Sig lightly just like tugs her, and she's just kind of makes a noise, like a startled noise, and that shy little moment of like, oops, I should probably slow down a second, and gives you guys the time to actually process.
She's so cute. Ah!
Mary actually kind of like giggles a little bit. It's very quiet, but cute.
Oh, Lucan is better with written word, but they will inform Kimber of their travel with discretion about Hyacinth. Probably won't be as glamorous as Ijette's telling, but it gets the work done.
She's happy to hear everything, and kind of like the people that Ijette's is entertaining over there still. Her eyes kind of go big and sparkly, and she's just whoa at everything that Lucan is kind of regaling about their past quite some time of travel altogether.
It's been, what, 3-4 months?
Let's see. You guys started on April 19th. So 1, 2...
About 2 or 3. 3, 4.
It's been 2 and almost a week.
Okay, cool.
So 2 full months and a slight bit over a week before you guys have kind of reunited. Kind of with that too, she would pull you guys off to that northern camp. So Mary, Hyvon, and Lucan, and Dog pull everybody over toward the northern camp so they could all kind of sit down. And she would full on go into that rapid fire thing of telling about her stories as well. Just talking about how they went and with another party of 3 other people. So it was another, 4. So there's a group of 6. They only came back with 5. Somebody unfortunately had passed. And just kind of outlining what they had done and where they had gone for certain things. And it seems like they had kind of passed over into a piece of Borvar and had killed a werewolf to get their cursed blood. The flowers were kind of in the same area for the catalyst down south, though they did not run into Alamia, whatever. And then they were able to get the lilies kind of out in the swamp, very much like you guys had with the skeletons.
So they kind of went the opposite route that we did, more or less.
Yeah, they kind of went over into Borovar, got the blood, or kind of out into the swamp, got the lilies out into Borovar to get the blood, and down into, kind of while they were over in that area, came back up around the mountains to get the flowers and came back. Essentially.
So who brewed it for them?
She doesn't bring that up unless it's asked.
Well, Lucan will ask. Because they are genuinely curious.
There was a merchant that had been very similar to the strange man who had the 3 wagons in that caravan. There's a merchant much like that who had kind of passed through parts of Borovar. It was a gnome who Kemper sits there and kind of thinks for a second and brings up the gnome, and then kind of goes into something completely different than brewing. She talks about how he was a chef and a bunch of other stuff on top of that, and how his food was amazing. And after that, she felt even stronger, like her muscles somehow grew after eating a meal, and etc. blah blah blah. But she had stated that they were the ones to have brewed her the stuff.
Okay, very interesting.
I'll pan over to Ijits for just a moment as halflings are word vomiting at everybody. What is Ijits doing? Is she just kind of wrapping up the rest of her story with everybody here, or?
Yeah, she'll tell the full story the way she intends to tell it to the villagers before she does anything else.
Okay. They are incredibly awestruck about everything, and kind of at the end when Ijits finishes, they kind of just stare for a moment at where the illusions had been before kind of clapping excitedly and offering up hold on. 1 collective gold, so 10 silver between all of them, to thank her for her performance, basically.
It was my pleasure. I'm happy you all enjoyed hearing it.
They ask her if she's interested in any particular meals or things that she may have seen on her travels that they might be able to cook for the feast, and kind of making sure that she gets the best out of whatever she possibly can before this moment of ascension.
Well, the meal you all made for the feast last time was more than delightful.
They seem kind of like excited about that she enjoyed something of what they could offer, and
in her head she's like, I don't know how to cook, I don't know how to explain how to cook to these people. Fuck.
It just montages back to the fucking cookout up in Hyacinth's thing.
You're taking all the good bits out.
But they're happy to kind of sit there and just kind of talk and about the feast and about the different things. Some of them have questions about what's going on, just with the journey, and if they had any like other issues or any complications, because everybody had come back in one full like group, and it didn't seem like many others did. It seemed like they had lost people on the way.
She will answer questions and talk as much as they want, and mention that they probably were the last group to come in because we went way far up north of that North Lake to do nothing but sit around for a day and come back down to the swamp.
They kind of laugh a little bit at that, just kind of enjoying the story overall, but some of them kind of are a little envious still that the group was able to get up and about and leave such a far distance, travel out there, and still come back as one whole group. Just because the wastes are pretty dangerous to a normal civilian or a normal peasant. Normal NPC that doesn't have any stats to track, really. So they're just excited to kind of live vicariously through you, essentially.
You mean the people who have 10s across the board and are a sack of 4 hit points are envious of adventurers?
Yeah.
Oh, who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunk?
It's like, hey, don't worry, normal citizens. My strength's 10 is 10 as well, and if I can do it, so can you. Start selling self-help books.
You just become...
You could probably ask Lou to print them for you.
I'd be sending so many people off to their deaths. She couldn't in good conscience do that. Because, yeah, strength of 10. I don't use my strength for anything except for a few saving throws.
Yeah, really.
Most of these people can't punch with the weight of their charisma, and their weight of their charisma is still, paper wall, white wall or blank paper, so not like it would do them any good.
Or, attack with their magic intelligence, which is also similarly statted.
They're lucky to know a single cantrip. Aha! I attack with prestidigitation!
Like mending. Yeah. It's usually like mending or prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Alright, here's what you do. You get a giant metal box with wheels, and you hide in the metal box. And if anything starts to break through the metal box, you just mend it. Because you can mend faster than they can break your metal box.
They'll get tired eventually, and at that point, you can just, whittle them down and then hide in the box again.
You just pray to God you don't run into anyone who has heat metal. If you do, then you're baked turkey on Christmas morning.
That's Christmas.
It's Christmas.
I don't think Christmas is a thing anyways in this universe. I was just coming up with something to say.
The universe's version of Christmas.
Universal Christmas. But yeah, so she'll talk with them for as long as people want to be talked to.
Okay. They probably will chatter up for a while. Just one, because this is kind of a lonely little settlement. Not a whole lot of people come through except for that kind of whisper of this rite that has reached out to kind of all corners of the world at this point. That has brought in a bunch of adventurers to go do stuff altogether. So they don't get a whole lot of interaction with a lot of these more experienced and battle-hardened adventurers who go out and tell them stories. It's much like...
Oh yeah, they think I'm battle hardened.
Some of them probably even like pick at her brain for the fact of like where she comes from, because she's a shifter and not many shifters come around this area. Some might actually ask about the if she does she have her halberd out?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's on her back, but yes.
Okay. Some might actually kind of ask her, kind of seeing the illusions of everything fight and whatnot, probably ask her about the strange ice halberd that she has. Like, what kind of strange weapon is that? Why hasn't it melted? That seems very strange.
To any questions about that, she would simply answer that she has the ability to harness the powers of the blizzards of the north.
A lot of them think that's amazing. They're just like, oh my god, that's so cool. Well, not oh my god, but oh my goodness, it's so cool. Just kind of taking that in, that somebody has the ability to do such a thing. That's kind of like spoken about in stories, basically, myths. And they're just incredibly intrigued to kind of ask her more about her other travels. So they keep her there for a long time, just asking about, like, oh yeah, well, you've gone out and done this, but obviously you had to get strong to be able to take care of this with your group. Like, where did this all come from? What other cool things have you done? And they just...
It's similar tales to what she told them last time we had a festival, but she'll tell them again if they're curious.
Not all of the residents were there to be able to mingle with everybody. At the last
Poor
festival.
fools. Yeah, she'll retell the stories and everything again.
Cool. It'll take a while then. And like one of them probably runs off and is like, oh, you must be really hungry, and like goes off to grab like a small little dish of like bread and some little things to kind of make like maybe a small little sandwich if you kind of put everything together, or just eat them separately. And she comes out, or they come out and offer the thing out to kind of be like a little snack and then continue the story. And some of the kids that had been around that had kind of bugged Ezra to pet Boaz before are excited to see that you guys are back as well. And at some point during all of this, even if you had told these stories before and they had seen them, they're sitting there incredibly just happy to have story time, basically. Like, these are way better stories than Mom and Dad tell. And then like the parents are like, you little fuckers, basically.
But I guess Mom and Dad, can't summon illusions to go along with the stories, though, so,
Yeah, exactly.
Don't lie, Mom and Dad are just as invested.
They are. But kind of that comment of like, these are the best stories we ever had. Mom and Dad don't tell us stuff like this. And they're just like, you little assholes. I mean, you're not wrong, though.
But they could. All they need to do is sell their soul to the Fae.
Dun dun dun.
Absolutely don't mention any of that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Wouldn't think so.
Sell your soul to the Fae. Everybody looks over at Lucan.
Yes, give me power. Give me your souls.
No, he's just spindly like the Fae. Believe me, he doesn't have any of that magic. Thinks back to the choking dust incident that he shot with an arrow.
There's more where that came from.
There better not be.
But yeah, so
Well, don't fail your saving throw, and we might not have.
My saving throw don't work for that skill.
Yeah, so Ijitsu's time is kind of taken up by basically entertaining the majority of these residents. At some point, the bartender comes out and like slaps somebody on the like back of the head with their towel, and just like, God damn it, get back to work. We've actually got customers here, and you're all leaving me high and dry. And a couple of them kind of groan and leave back over to the tavern. The back over to the group in the northern camp, Kimber is still talking your guys' ear off if you'll let her.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of telling about everything, and when she's talking about fights and stuff, she's absolutely using like, oh yeah, and I attacked him, and like whoosh, and this and that, and like she's giving all kinds of sound effects.
Bash.
And stuff. Yeah. I want to go to Mez and Ezra, but you guys are role playing on the side in the chat.
If you would like.
Would you guys like to pick up where you had stopped typing?
Rick.
We can.
Sure. I'm down.
Ezra would raise an eyebrow at him and go, trust you. You would know.
It would.
Alright, well, go ahead.
Are you familiar with what I am?
No.
Didn't you ask him what he was just the other night?
Yeah, it doesn't mean Ezra knows
Oh,
what
he has
Shanti is.
Ezra
makes
has
sense.
no idea what a Yanti is.
My brain was like, but he told you what he was. It didn't connect 2 and 2, it just connected 1 to 2.
The only people who would actually really know what a Yanti is, Lucan has heard tales. Never probably really met any of them. Mary would know.
Until now.
Huh?
Until now.
Until now. Mary would know, but they look very different. They are more like boa constrictors and like Amazon type of snakes up in Kajax and the Broken Heart Islands, basically. Not the Broken Isles, but Fenderay and Elderai. There are some Yanti there. They just look kind of vastly different than like rattlesnakes and pit vipers and things like that Mez is.
Yeah.
Ijets probably would have met maybe a couple along the way on or in Bajang.
Nice.
Yeah. But otherwise, maybe not necessarily realizing like, oh yeah, that's what Mez is, because they probably look a lot more scaly and more pronounced
Colorful.
features. Yeah.
Mez would share a little bit of the process that the Yanti will go through or put unwilling people through, and kind of as he's kind of telling about these rites of people being essentially turned into abominations of snakes in different forms, he would show Ezra pictures by carving different forms with mold earth into the ground, and then wiping them away to just show other forms. People with writhing snakes for arms, people who have
large snake heads who are monstrous in size, who are bred to fulfill very specific purposes, kill mages, lead civilizations, topple civilizations. And kind of just go into that a little bit. And just kind of mention that all of these are at the expense of what you would consider your humanity. Things that me and my people would consider closer to godhood.
So you're like part snake?
Yes, you could say that. He would let his pupils relax and see the slits of like a viper's eye.
You are very strange.
That's probably very true for someone like you who's never seen my people before. I have no doubt. He would kind of let it go back to where it was before, the more human-esque eye.
Alright, so what do you want out of this rite?
Oh, I have no interest in doing this. I merely am doing it for I'm looking for something specific. This rite and interests me. No, very little.
Then why don't you leave?
Because all of you are useful, and I am useful to all of you. Am I not?
I guess? I don't...
Answer me this, Ezra. Do you see me as your friend?
No. I
I'm
don't trust you whatsoever. I don't trust any of you.
It's probably very smart.
Yeah, I would say so.
I can let you know that I do not wish you any ill will. And I respect your martial prowess as well as your want to do the right thing, it seems.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know what's going to happen with this rite. I don't trust it. We've both expressed that. Why do you want to go through with it?
Oh, I have no intention of doing so.
Okay.
I am hoping that by getting to the point where the choice is given for me, that I might be able to be in a position where I am I am in the vicinity of the thing that I'm looking for, a small piece of petrified wood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's just looking to get some wood.
If you have questions, you are more than welcome to ask me.
Why are you after wood?
What is it that was asked of you?
By whom?
What is it that was asked of you?
By whom?
Playing coy doesn't suit you.
I'm not playing at anything.
You had mentioned to me the other day that you have a god. What was asked of you?
Uh, Nothing exactly. Nothing yet. More vaguely do good. Things are coming in the future that I will need to be aware of.
Is this potentially one of those things?
I don't know.
Maybe asking for more of a direct answer might serve you well. I was given a task. That task was to collect a piece of petrified wood, specifically from here, and I aim to find the piece that I'm looking for. This rite, this ritual, talk of ascension, I don't care for it. I've seen ascension. It often turns those unrecognizable from what they were before. For me and my people, it's seen as a boon, a blessing, to be closer to the desired form. Now I'm not sure if I believe that as much. And seeing more of it here makes me worry. Remember, just because something has power and calls itself God does not mean that it is one. I'm just asking you to keep an eye out, Ezra.
Alright, I can do that.
Thank you.
I'll keep an eye out.
Ezra nods.
Motions towards his eye patch and then walks away.
Ezra, Naz just kind of sighs and like slow blinks. That's again not what I meant. I do apologize. I stay vigilant. Does that sit well? Sit better with you?
Didn't bother me in the first place. You're fine. Bad joke. Bad joke.
Bad joke. He's kind of nods. Wipes, kind of casts his hand out to the side, like in front of him and off to the side, and erases the etched forms that were into the dirt. Care for any food?
I guess.
Is something on your mind?
Multitudes.
Everything.
Well, if you have anything that you'd wish to talk about, or any questions from me specifically, I would be willing to listen.
Ezra just side eyes Mez and goes, "You're. I mean this in the nicest way. Kind of slimy."
Like a snake.
Yeah.
Now who has the bad jokes?
He reaches out, claps a hand on his shoulder, and goes, "I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Otherwise, we're gonna kill each other. One of the two."
Well, I have no intention of killing you, at least not yet, Ezra, so hopefully it will be a friendship.
Alright.
Care for a drink?
God, yes.
Mez and Ezra go to the bar.
Cool.
So Ezra's the one with the dad jokes in the party.
I mean, he is a dad.
Yeah.
So what happens next?
Yeah, it sounds like everybody just kind of enjoys the rest of the night, and
Yeah. So those of you who do end up going to the tavern to get a drink are treated with a couple of drinks on the house before the bartender's like, that's enough of kind of goodwill on my end. Now pay up. Again, this bartender does not seem to really give a shit that you guys are adventurers going through this right.
it doesn't matter if you're ascending or not. I still want my money.
Yeah, exactly. Who
I
cares?
gotta pay for my stock.
If you guys are sending, that's great. I won't have to deal with you anymore. But I'm still stuck on this fucking material plane, so give me my money. Yeah,
Oh god.
that's him. Soon enough, the amassed amount of people that have kind of just ended up sitting down or kind of standing behind the kids and whatever with Ijets have slowly kind of dwindled out and kind of left her to her own devices at this point. So she's more than welcome to kind of wander around and go back to camp or...
We're gonna go talk to Tyburn.
Okay. He is down at the very south camp still. Probably after the moment of... Not moment. It was a long moment in that case. It was a hot minute of...
It was a few hours.
Yeah. Of Ijets going through everything. Tyburn is alone. He seemed to have been talking with a bunch of people and kind of catching up. Or kind of going over things. But he's kind of just sitting alone next to the fire. Actually pretty close to where you are too. So he's probably like right about here. Sitting next to the fire every once in a while. Kind of looking back towards the corral to where the orca shark hound, or the borka as we have called it,
Borka.
just making sure that he's okay and not harassing the other animals.
As killer whales often do.
Yeah. Killer whales are super assholes of the ocean, so he's just making sure that he plays nice.
Killer whales are are a natural predator of moose.
That's so scary to think about.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyways, does he look in her direction when she shows up, or is he like looking off the other way?
Nope, he looks as she kind of comes over and offers sorry, there was a gnat that flew in my face. He offers her
He offers an
he offers her a pretty big smile.
He just looks at Ajax and goes,
curses! I thought you were dead.
And kind of like arms splayed open, like, like, welcome back. Good to see that you guys made it.
Indeed.
So he does offer her an
Kind of,
Hey, yeah. It's good to see that you're still alive as well. Was your journey fruitful?
I guess you could say that. I didn't happen. Never mind. Bad puns. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Unfortunately, we did lose one member of our party.
That is unfortunate. Did you manage to find all the ingredients regardless?
We did. Thankfully.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you did. Our group just arrived, and she looks at the sky, a few hours ago, with the last of the ingredients ourselves.
He smiles and offers up like a big section of like alligator leg for her as he kind of like crunches off another one or like snaps off another one from
She all about that alligator leg.
basically kind of like roasting it over the fire. And he just hands it over to her, kind of like a big alligator shish kebab.
She's more than happy to take it.
Hey,
So, want to tell me how your travels went then, other than the summary?
he'll go over them. He kind of goes over having gone up to the kind of the foot of the forest in order to find the lilies. Much like Lucan had said, there was a bunch of lilies kind of scattered throughout everything. Stating that they had a kind of a strange run-in with a bunch of fae, but anything regarding fae usually is strange.
I mean, just look at Lucan.
And they headed straight there, so they had thankfully missed the wild magic storm. Yeah, as it had come back down. Along the way down, they had killed something very similar to what you guys had seen as the Sandmen. However, up in the chakra. It was a little different. It was kind of what Noah had described to you guys as those really long, lanky-ass things that had kind of hid up in the mountains. And goes on to tell you kind of something similar to, speaking of Noah, that it had a huge set of antlers, and it was actually pretty large as well, and they were able to kill that to extract the blood from it. And then they had headed down south, similar to the area that you guys had been in for the cove, except instead of going all the way down, there was a smaller section that had kind of been hidden away as just like maybe like 5 people might have been able to fit into this little kind of tucked away, carved out section of an area. They had to actually swim out into that bay to be able to get the flowers, and he kind of goes on about the Borka and him kind of doing most of the work in that aspect just because he's not bothered by the water at all. And then they headed back up, and they had just gotten here probably within the past 2 days.
Good stuff.
During the middle, or sometime during Tyburn's explanation of the his story, he hears the sounds of both Hyvon and the Borka playing, and kind of just grins a little to himself before going back to the story with Ejeds. He asks about your journey as well, which I'm assuming she probably just retells after
she'll give him the tamer version, but still, you know, like with certain things omitted and other things played up.
Yeah. He's excited to hear it. He probably goes on about a couple of the other groups as well. That the group that Ishitz had actually seen coming down to Ifon and then down to the sands that had lost the 2 people, they actually didn't continue. They'd kind of just stayed and are kind of recovering from everything, and they're not sure if they're going to continue on with the quest or not. Just because they lost some of their better fighters, and they're not sure if they're able to... Basically, one was a healer, one was a fighter, and they're not sure if they're able to kind of go forward to take on everything else if they've already lost the 2 people, and other groups have maybe lost 1 or 2 as well. So he kind of goes on about that and tells about a couple of the other groups that are here. Kind of
keeps all that information in mind. That's all I got, yeah.
Okay. Well, he's happy to share the night, kind of just telling stories, sharing alligator. or crocodile, alligator, and
Crocodile.
and just kind of going about everything. He doesn't seem to kind of let any of the details go, or at least of what he was told through different stories as well. So he's grand about it. He's kind of loud, and just kind of altogether a warm and kind of inviting story time with Tyburn.
She will meet him story for story.
Cool. He's enjoying it. He's soaking it up. He seems to be one of those people that likes to trade tales and kind of keep them so he can take them back to his side of the world, essentially. So we'll kind of go with that. Everybody kind of enjoys the rest of their night, whether they kind of meet all together back at that north camp or just kind of takes the time to enjoy the night and wait on the upcoming feast. The next day, as everybody wakes up and kind of gets about and kind of looking over the camp, it looks like a lot of the the residents have started to bring things in from the fields. There are more things kind of set out and getting ready for just that giant celebration and feast. People are decorating what little houses and homes that they have. The kids are making like little flower crowns for the animals and sticking them on like the sheep, and some are offered to the things that are in the corral. So Hyvan and the Borka probably get a little tiny flower crown made by some of the kids.
Oh, that's cute.
They probably make little flower crowns and things for Mary and Kimber. They offer it up to the guys as well. And Lucan probably even offer one to Dog, just in case.
Dog will happily wear it.
I need to draw Dog with the flower crown on now.
Might as well take it.
Yes.
They are happy to place them all on you as though they are like reigning in a new king or queen. They kind of like do that like little bow and put the flower crown on and then run off like super giddily to the next person.
That's adorable.
The adults are incredibly happy that they don't have to really worry too much about the kids kind of being a nuisance at the moment because they get to go annoy all of the adventurers instead.
As the kids put the crown on Lucan, Mez would look to the kids and go, well, you know you just did something rather special, right? You just crowned the new Fey royalty.
They all look at Mez that are around who had done that. They all look at him like, what?
He mentions that Lucan, like, look, Lucan, he's an Eladrin. He's of the Fey. You've just crowned the new Fey royalty.
They all like snap around to look at Lucan, and kind of like from a little bit afar, Lucan can kind of see these kids just ogling them and like pointing and like, oh, whoa, like I thought the Fae might be like bad, but we've got Fae royalty.
Lucan
here.
is mightily confused.
And they're just spewing rumors to the rest of the other kids who are then like running those off to other people, and the adults are kind of like, okay, this is ridiculous, but the kids are having a blast and then going about and dancing like, we've got royalty here in E1, we've got our first like, and then a lot of them are like, is it prince, is it princess, and some of them are like, oh, they look like a princess. Or the other one's like, no, they look like a prince. And they're like, I don't know what's going on. And they just kind of fight over it. So yeah.
Lucan's not telling. If they do come up and ask.
Which even it just makes things even more where the kids are just fighting over it, and then they're just calling Lucan beautiful and like giving them pebbles and like little things that they can just kind of like offer up to royalty. They've never seen royalty or
Like the fact that Lucan is just so like nonchalant and like flippant about it, like who knows? Kind of lends more to that like fae, like ethereal, like ephemeralness.
Yep. So yeah, the kids are having a blast. They're just kind of roping everybody into everything. A lot of the adults at this point are just trying to get ready for that feast. A lot of them are lugging out like big like kegs of alcohol, getting things just kind of set up at those tables. And it's just kind of a nice air of a general air of like a busyness around in this area. But like the group's being involved, all the other adventurers are being involved, even the ones who aren't partaking in the rite because they don't have all the pieces are still being involved. The kids are somehow migrate down to the south camp where Tyburn is just as loud and boisterous as before, and he's got one of them like piggyback riding, and one's like basically steering him around by the horns where to go, and he's kind of just meandering about, and it's good times. As the day kind of goes by, gets a little bit closer to the afternoon, we will kind of come to a closing for the night because it is almost midnight. But the tables are starting to get set with freshly baked food. Everything seems fresh. There's kind of like before, there are certain dishes that Ezra would recognize from Vanya. There are certain things that Mary would remember from the different types of fish back home and on Kajaks. There are particular meals and vegetables and things just kind of all over the world essentially being brought to this point for everybody to feast upon. And right where we will end is Kimber coming up to Lucan a little frantically, and anybody else around Lucan at that point, asking if they'd seen Sig, that he'd gone missing. And we will end right there. And you guys are more than welcome to roleplay up until this point, if you'd like.